maybe we might get started without them.
All right,
Oh yeah, I
stream
forgot to
started.
tag Jazz. I don't even know if she's coming.
Yeah, it's hard to say. I mean, I know she's been making a really good effort of trying to be here, so hopefully she's here.
Who?
Jazz.
Jamie.
Yeah.
Shopping for gear to assault the soul.
Oh, I forgot to change that title. My bad.
You still get to change the background I created for all of us.
What
The
are we gonna
thumbnail,
call
my
this episode?
I don't know.
Oh,
Are we-
it's tonight.
So what have we figured out we wanted to do for this session?
It's up to you guys.
Okay, so I think this is more like a taking stock kind of situation.
I'll put in the temporary title until we figure out what you wanted to do.
Hmm.
Alright, well, in the meantime, I know that Shiva wanted to talk to some people, so we could start with that.
Oh yeah. Haven't had the chance yet.
So, Jeeves will gather them for you, so you can talk to them.
It was basically the 4 warlocks that we saved. Didn't get the chance to check up on them.
Mm-hmm.
How are they holding up, I guess?
Well, about as well as anyone might be, considering the circumstances they were in. I mean, they're very happy to be alive, but still kind of in shock about the fact of the betrayal of the Solar Light Guild, and the fact that they almost died, and being in the Shadowfell, and all of that jazz.
But that they did die.
Yeah, well, actually, you're right. Technically, they did die. Yeah, I suppose that's true. They almost got sacrificed. They technically did die. Yeah.
Is Thelman there, the dwarf? Is he there?
Yeah, he's there as well.
Okay. Good. Hey guys.
They're all you see them like sitting at a table, and they're like, they got like cups of tea, and they're like very quietly drinking the tea.
Of course. Boy, this is kind of awkward. How are you guys holding up? I mean, from dying and coming back to life. Sorry about that, by the way.
And one of them says, "Why are you apologizing? They're the ones who killed us."
You just leave it at that.
I'm just gonna keep that to myself. I'm not
they did it.
Okay, I'm not doing that. No, well, huh?
One of them says, "Thank you for reviving us."
Oh, no problem. I mean, well, technically, I just revived half of you, and the other half technically revived the other half. But yeah, you guys are safe. I know that everything has been taking a toll on you, but what are you guys gonna do now?
And one of them says, "I'm gonna go home."
Okay. Do you know how to get home?
And she says, I can figure it out." People
you
here
sure
can
it's-
help me.
I'm sorry.
He says people here can help me.
Okay, that's good. Cause last thing I'd want is like let you go off on your own. Actually, all by yourself, especially with all the the demons and stuff like that. But yeah, if you want to go home, it's fine. Um, by the way, did any of you guys happen to find or heard anything about Rasmorn? Because like I know that he was missing when he was trying to head home, but I haven't really found him.
And they shake their heads. They have no idea where he is.
He wasn't.
They never saw him there.
Okay. I'm just worried that he might be one of the sacrifices. But I hope he'll be okay. I'm guessing the rest of you are gonna be still continue being warlocks.
And someone says, "Well, you can't really just stop. Got a contract, but we're gonna decide what we want to do."
Good. I mean, if you still want to be like, still want to help out. I mean, there's still the Order, the Platinum Dragon. You could try that. Better than Solarlight Guild.
And he says, "Yeah."
I'm sorry. This is all just so damn awkward because I I know you, Thelman, and I know you, Nia. I never knew anyone else aside from Priona. Oh no, wait, no, Nia's the. I mean,
Yeah,
Fiona. Sorry,
I was about
sorry,
to.
I got names mixed up. But you know what I mean.
Yes.
Never knew anyone else. Just been. It's so weird, And I thought I'm part of something so great, and turned out it was all just a lie. And you have your memories messed up by a demon clam wanting to be the vessel. That's just made things even more worse. So
Well, Thelman says the fact that they were lying to all of us since the beginning, it's hard to believe.
yeah. I just wish things could have been different. Um, it's good seeing you too, and just I'm sorry. It's just this is just so weird. It's so good to see you, and I hope this doesn't change anything of what you're going to want to do. So um, and that's all she
And
can.
yeah, and Thelman says, "Well, I don't know what I do want to do for sure now, but I'm not gonna let it change me. That's a person."
That's good. Nia's running an orphanage at the West Continent.
And he says, yeah, I heard about that.
Oh yeah, okay. Do you know Alethar was cursed?
He says, what?
Yeah, he never looked like that. Turns out he was cursed by his ex-girlfriend, ex-wife, a woman he used to be with, and that's why he was always like clumsy, losing direction. That's why he looked so short and chubby.
He says, that's a... Oh.
Yeah.
Wonder what he did.
Does she even know what he did?
I don't believe you do.
I don't know. It must have been pretty bad.
He says, that's a heck of a curse.
Yeah. Well, he's free now, so that's good.
And, he says, well, I guess, yeah, that's good.
Yeah. So, I'm gonna... There's still a lot of things that I gotta do, so I better get right to it, you know. Again, offer still stands for the rest of you if you want to, you know, still be part of an organization. Order Platinum Dragon's pretty good.
And one of them looks Shiva right in the eyes and says, are you sure?
Ah, of course I'm sure.
And he says, okay, I'll go look at it.
All right. You guys take care. Hopefully I'll see you around. I'll just get ready to go.
And then you get like a bunch of like really toned down see you laters.
Awkwardly waving them out the room. Man, that's so awkward. And I say inside my head,
And also you learn they don't know how, they didn't realize how they have no idea how they got killed. So yeah.
I'm not gonna say it's probably for the best.
All right then.
So now we just have to figure out what to do next.
Well, that's up to you guys. There's plenty of things you guys could do. So you just tell me what you want.
So
Come on, an adventure.
let's see. We could gather the...
Sildafix may have barricaded herself in the library.
Uh-huh.
I want to check on her.
The door is blocked by books.
I can easily teleport us inside.
Oh, no need. Jeeves just appears in the room and moves the books out of the way.
Just because she's barricaded herself does not mean she's done it effectively.
Well, I certainly can't stop Jeeves from just appearing in the room. Just hops out of the pile of books again.
So, we've got a few things still on this list. One of them is a heart of a mountain, another one being the heart of a forest, and the third, a heart of a storm giant, and neutrality itself. So, I'm going to take that last one and move that lower on the list, but what about some of this other stuff here?
Well, the essence of neutrality, I mean, we just have to go to the neutrality plane to get that.
Aren't shifting planes kind of dangerous in the first place?
As the people who are just on a different plane.
Yeah, but that's an elemental plane, not a plane
Shadowfell
of...
is not an elemental plane.
We've
Fair.
been into the elemental plane of fire. The city of brass. Well, I mean, yeah, there's the
but
ingredients, but sorry.
this is like saying going to the plane of pure pure evil or pure light. I don't know. I think it's like elementals might be a little different than like morals.
True.
I think we need to pull Silda Fix into this. She might have an idea too. Considering she's got that fancy cube that makes us go into different places.
I mean, sure, but should we still continue hunting the ingredients? Because there's also still finding the last stone, the water stone, and there's also my clan to deal with, and I'm honestly thinking of like notifying Cadence about that spell that Faust was looking for.
I think we need to find out where that water stone is, and then we can make our decisions then.
No, that's
Yeah.
the thing. We don't know where exactly this water stone could be.
Can we find out how to find out?
I am inclined to agree with him.
Hey! First time for everything!
Gotten information first about any unusual activities.
He's right about
Actually,
that.
I will say there, in terms of water-related things, the only thing you've heard, and this is just a recent rumor that's come in, is that there's supposedly an island that moves around in the ocean.
A moving island?
A moving island.
More airship adventure?
I don't imagine it would be the moving island that Kinea came across on her.
No, this is an island in the ocean, so that was a
Yeah.
floating island, so not the same.
Yeah, completely different. Well, if there's... well, I mean, here's the thing. If the island is moving, like, how can we even pinpoint where it is?
The same thing we do whenever we want to point out other things. We find an object that came from there, scry it at night. Use triangulation, look up the stars, make sure that we can figure out the star charts from there, and then bam.
Unless it's on the other side of the globe and then it's middle of the day.
That's true.
Well, we'll know that for sure when we do the first 10.
Carter, we don't have anything that's from that island. All we have right now is a rumor.
Might be information in all of the books.
We should probably go ask Silda Fix if she knows anything. I mean, she's in the library.
Hey, not a bad idea.
Okay. Alright, we go in the library.
Alright, well, when you get in there, there are piles of partially sorted books everywhere, and still, Silverfix has barely dented the gigantic, massive pile.
Her attention is somewhat distracted when you come in.
It's
Yeah, I'm
focused.
picturing, like,
It's focused
I'm
onto
picturing-
a giant pyramid.
Yeah, I'm picturing it's just about at the point where an imp is there and having to basically, like hand feed her, like, food and drink because she's so absorbed.
Yeah. We're going with the it's a conspiracy board. You can see she's got a massive conspiracy board.
Remind me, what were you conspiracy boarding again?
Okay, so she's got known connections that we have established between Karen, Clamsmodius, Faust,
Shadow King.
Shadow King, and, you know,
Oh, Thanatos.
Thanatos. And since she's, you know, Corbel's mom, various other assorted.
Okay.
Small,
How is
basically,
she?
everyone we have fought.
Now, the question is, does the red thread span across the room or just the wall?
I mean, it is a big.
So it's
Big.
becoming, rather than just being strictly a library, it's a library/conspiracy room.
Little bit. Little bit.
All right, just figuring out what you're doing with that space.
Under Faust, there's like just you see like a note that just has spell ?
Spell ? That's great, yeah. And you see, when you guys go in there, you also see Jeeves just moving around between the conspiracy board threads, like deftly just walking through them and ducking as needed to like reach a book in the far corner, which he puts in his pocket.
Probably the one that has this magic in it.
No, that one is in the possession of Dagoth, who specifically slighted a hand in.
All right.
Yeah. Dagoth has that one. This is a different book.
Well, Soldafix is a little distracted.
Yeah.
She has compiled almost like it isn't just like a single note attached to each name. She has compiled like dossiers on just about everyone. So when you walk in, she's just too engrossed for a moment, and then she turns around. Oh, good, you're here. I think I figured it out.
Scared
And
blood
she just-
out.
It's everything.
Okay.
Okay, so what did you find?
It's all right here. Can't you see? Can't you see?
It's a little bit of a hard read. Do you want to just walk us through the various things you have found out?
Yes.
Hello?
Yeah, no, I'm just like mentally preparing myself to try and spin a whole lot of bullshit. Don't you see? She's fucking. Oh, fucking Alex Jones. Fuck that
Why
asshole.
would you? Damn it, Red.
Fuck that asshole.
Come on.
Anyways, you see, it all starts. It all starts with the astral sea. See, beings from the astral sea, they're the ones really behind it all. They've created CLAM's Modius. And Karen, I think. And maybe Faust.
Oh boy.
Yes, she's definitely gone full ancient aliens.
Uh-huh.
I'm not saying it was aliens, but it's aliens.
Yes.
Your definition of aliens is just wrong.
Okay, I'm pretty. Clamsmodius is a demon from hell. I don't think demons are created from the astral sea.
That's exactly what they want you to think.
Sleep did you get?
Sleep? I mean, it's not that late. How many days has it been? Because I don't think she's realized.
I'm gonna say, yeah, at this point, that would have been like 3 days, I think.
Okay, so she's got a couple points of exhaustion at the moment.
Yeah, and I'm gonna say to have stayed awake, it required more than regular coffee, too.
Mhm.
Okay.
It required the coffee that so far no one has had the insanity to drink.
I don't know, I just sort of found it in the cupboard.
Yeah, that's the red cactus infused coffee, the one where they crossbred.
Oh no.
Yes,
That
I just
can
sort of found this in the
explain
cupboard,
a
and
lot.
I like it.
Okay.
Ah,
Okay. I think you have to stop drinking that coffee. I think you also need some sleep.
Carter nudges Dagoth.
No, you're not putting her to sleep with a sleep spell.
Yeah, we tried that before. It's not gonna work.
It's possible if he rolls high enough, but...
We don't know until we try.
Oh, alright, if you want to burn your 8th level slot and trying to put her back to sleep, go ahead.
Sleep is essential for our party members if we want them at tip-top shape.
Actually, I got an idea. Let me try something. Carter pulls out Degrassi.
The Grassy? The cow?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah,
It has sleep. When did it have sleep powder?
since the beginning. However, it's not a very deep sleep.
It's
So-
enough to get her started.
Gotta make a con save. Actually, wait.
It's all of you have to.
God damn it.
Can Degrassi do it like from the corner so that the
No.
radius? Oh,
No.
So what am I rolling con save?
Not just
guys
you.
get a 16.
Everyone in the library is rolling a con save.
except for
or
Carter
falling
since
asleep,
he's
God
in his
damn
bubble.
it.
I suppose. Except for Carter. And Sildafix stays awake. Oh wait, you have this. Sorry, I forgot you have disadvantage. Wait, I think
Yeah,
you,
disadvantage.
Hang on. It depends. That's on skill checks. Hang on. Saving throws comes in at level 3. So yep, disadvantage.
Alrighty.
She was asleep.
Yeah, so's Dagoth. And Sildafix is not asleep.
Wow. Wow.
Sildafix stubbornly is awake and conspiratorially focused.
Katie's awake.
Yeah.
Yeah, hang on.
I haven't even gotten to the part with the secret alliance with the mole people.
Mole people? There are no mole people.
That's what you think. That's what they want you to think.
I'm the DM. I determine what people want people to think. There are no mole people. There's no evidence of mole people because they don't exist.
Well, thanks a lot, Carter. You couldn't get Silifix, but you knocked out the fucking Goliath.
You knocked out Shiva, Kanea, and Dagoth. Which they now have Jeeves and the imp shaking them awake, and it takes a second, but you guys get woken back up.
Well, I tried.
Of course, there's no mole people on the planet. They've all moved to the dark side of the moon.
At this point, that Jeeves says, "All right, this has gone one step too far. I'm afraid I'm going to, as your caretaker, I'm going to have to step in and insist you go to sleep."
And no cactus coffee.
And G says, "I've already hidden it. No one will be
Okay.
drinking that for a while." And then he
Curse
says,
you
"All right."
and your curse you and your infernal butler magic.
And then G says, all right, boys." And some of the imps show up, and he says, "All right, escort Sildafix to her room so she can get some sleep." And you see, like,
Please, I have too much work to do.
You see them bring in like a cot, and they strap her to the cot, and then they take the cot and they start like carrying it out of the room.
You mean a stretcher?
No, an actual cot.
But people need to know the truth.
And Jeeve says, I believe you might need to wait a day or two before you can properly converse with Sildafix.
Of course, when once she is in bed, she is just dead to the world, snoring. So,
Yeah. I'm gonna say Sildafix sleeps for a continuous period until her exhaustion's gone.
Can Carter
Broken only by slight food.
Can Carter write a note onto the board, just unattached to anything?
I mean, what are you writing? But I mean, yes, that's something you definitely could physically do.
Carter's going to write a note that reads, "But was it tentacles all along?"
God.
He's still affected by this.
Oh my god. Oh
Hey,
my-
keeping things continuous here.
Forgotten about that, to be honest. So yeah, sure, adding something crazy to the crazy conspiracy board. Why not? All right. So, I guess we'll skip a day until Sildafix has slept and her exhaustion is gone, and then you guys can have a proper conversation without conspiracy being too involved.
In the meantime, can we get Sombra to see if he can pull his network together to try to see if he can find any information about the water store stone and or that weird island that seems to be non-stationary?
I mean, probably. And Jeeves will ask around town if there's any information. And I'm going to assume that Emo would have Jimmy look into it too, so Jimmy will look into it as well.
Okay.
I mean, he's muted, but I'm pretty sure that's what he would do.
So it's next day.
Yep. An entire day passes. And Sildafix has slept. Your exhaustion is gone, and yeah, everything feels way less crazy and conspiratorially-ish, whatever.
Let's hear
You realize there's no way there's any mole people anywhere.
well, people, what was I thinking?
Yeah, that's what happens when you drink
That's-
that.
Yeah, how
Cactus
can you...
coffee.
I can't believe you would mix up mole people and gopher people. Gopher people are real, mole people aren't. I'm kidding.
No, it's not that there's there's just the Underdark
Yep.
with deep gnomes and
Durgar.
Duragar
And drow.
and Drow and, you know,
Other, yeah,
the
kobolds. and
occasional
other-
illithid.
Yeah.
Well, it's good that you're feeling much better. Well, we wanted to ask you yesterday, but you were
Zonked out of my gourd, yeah.
yeah. Actually, we've been like trying to look up about an island that's been moving. I don't know if you know or can like find any information about it.
Okay, and she just starts going into one of the piles.
So you haven't come
I
across
think
it.
these
in-
are all natural history.
I mean, I will let you roll. Actually, I don't think I should let you roll because there's nothing about a floating island in any of those things.
No, nothing in natural history, no accounts
No.
from sailors.
No, this is a brand new phenomenon.
Huh. Well, there's nothing written about it, so it must not exist.
Or it hasn't existed yet.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, that's always
What?
possible.
What about that spell that Faust was looking for?
Let's see. And she starts looking over her.
It's very board, but you just have the word spell with a question mark.
Oh, well. I mean, this all goes back to Transmodius, and Karen was even bragging about how there's plan after plan after plan, and even if one doesn't work, he's hoping another one will. So, contingencies. Wait, give me a second, and you see her like pull out her own spell book, and she starts flipping like through pages and such. Okay, so this. I did write it down. So I have a spell. I found it in one of the tomes of various various dark necromancers. They're all very necromancers for all their power over the undead. They're almost obsessed with avoiding actual death, or at least their own death. So some of them have come up with, and it's a spell for avoiding death.
Clone.
Yeah, again, I've never done this.
Well, considering the fact that you're no longer obligated by any fancy rules in order to keep your employment.
Yeah, I'm not. Yes, it doesn't matter. I'm still an idiot.
I mean, sometimes you just never know until you try.
My point is, he may have a copy of himself out there.
Oh no. Fable, Jewel, and Cadence are not gonna like this.
He might not be dead anymore.
Exactly is Fable and Jewel. And what does this have to do with them?
Actually,
Jewel and
has
Cadence
a lot.
Fable, Jewel, and Cadence are tabaxis. Fable and Jewel are sisters. Their parents were killed by Faust. The thing is, we found Faust at the South Island. We let Jewel killed him. But I guess that's not the last of him, apparently.
How do you know that? I mean, it could be a mockery. Someone pretending to be
It's literally a vessel for the soul. It automatically, your soul automatically goes from your dead body to the cloned body.
I did not know such a spell like this exists.
That's because it's pretty taboo. So it would make sense that Dagoth wouldn't know about it. It is bad.
And someone like Faust
Ye-
being.
I mean, I had to go digging for this one.
Well, this is
No
just
way
going.
to stop a spell like this. Because if we continue on, then it is not exactly killing Felstead.
Well, it depends on. Well, I mean, if Karen gave him like an actual spell to copy and into his spell book, or if she just like gave him a scroll and he used that. But generally it's best to assume that he has another clone. Now that he's in his clone, he has another clone somewhere, so you need to either destroy the clone or intercept his soul.
Well, I mean, we have the soul sucking jar that we got. Now we just have to find his clone, kill him, and then take his soul away before he could like probably put his soul in another clone if this clone made another clone. I don't know if that's possible.
Question: Can
I
you
mean-
clone a soul?
No. Souls
No.
are completely individual
Correct.
beings.
All it does is make an exact duplicate of the body. Well, potentially younger or older or whatever.
Yeah. So, wait, you have a soul sucking jar? Can I see it?
Yeah, Johan had it. We got it. I think he got it at the City Brass. He tried to use it on Thanatos once. I think. Yeah, I mean, like you have to kill the person and then you like steal a soul. I don't know. I don't. Who had it last? Looney.
I think Johan just left it here.
Oh. Oh yeah. Yeah. So yeah, we have that. You could probably use it, but I mean, it has to be.
I mean, I have my soul cage spell, but I think that's only temporary.
That is very much only temporary.
I have a spell for trapping my own soul, which is slightly less useful.
So we'd have to use the jar.
Yeah, and you learned from Johan's experience with it that the user of the jar must be the one to finish the person they're trying to take the soul, because it has to be instantaneous, and they have to be within 5 feet. They have to be able to touch them to take the soul.
That is not helpful.
Nope.
Oh. Because we can't really determine who is going to be the one to kill him in the end.
Unless you, like, capture him and then...
Well, here's the thing.
Well, that is a future problem.
Yeah.
Let's see.
I do believe we can defeat this certain enemy.
How
Away.
do you find... Okay, so... Other problem, how do you find an island that only
BLITZ.
now exists?
Well, I mean, we've got people like finding and searching for information about it. Just have to hear back from them.
What's... Alright. DM, what is the full... Like, what is our full understanding of these rumors?
Okay, so yeah, in town you heard. I'm gonna say it kind of made its way from like local taverns in town to the hot springs and the tavern there in the mansion, and then to the imps who were talking about it. So that's how you heard it, like three stages of remove. But basically, that's supposedly people on a trade route across the ocean suddenly saw an island that wasn't there before, and that was visibly moving. And that there were, yeah, so it was weird.
When
So tracking down the sailors and asking them would be the most.
Hey, don't you guys know some sailors or something?
do we know sailors?
The only sailors I know that you guys know are the Yanti, and they're not really sailors. I mean, Captain Yarty is kind of a sailor now, but not really. I mean, they kind of figured it out.
Above table, yeah, I was pointing at the auntie.
Yeah, well, they're not really sailors. They kind of figured out how to sail, sort of.
Yeah.
And you know they're nowhere near here, so they're not involved in that. They're with Fable.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
Mm-hmm. So no, you guys don't really know any sailors. Doesn't mean you can't try to find some.
Yep.
Yes. Well, yeah. I guess we'll find some sailors.
We could try after tail. We have a couple of sailors as they collect fish for the townspeople.
Well, as you're saying that, Jeeves does say that he can post a notice in town asking for sailors to come here to speak to you. That's easily done.
When's from a port city?
This isn't a port city, but there are still sailors here. Because you're not that far away.
Yeah, I don't suppose we'd be going over to Portsmouth for this one, unfortunately.
Portsmouth has no sailors.
Oh, flashbacks.
Well, with Aftertale, can we like leave a message for them?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
And I'll say, like, a day later, some do show up to talk to you. They don't know what they're talking about, they just know that sailors were requested to come to a landlocked city, specifically to a fancy-ass mansion.
Look, rich people have some interesting kinks, and
They figure there's potentially money in it for them, so you get some people who show up. And they get a kick out of the hot spring in the bar, so they're drinking. By the time you find out they're there, they've already started drinking.
Zildafix with quill and clipboard is asking around. Trying to just ascertain whether they know about this island.
Well, okay, let me describe who you see first. So, you see, there's a human with an eye patch. He's only got one eye, and then there's also a dwarf with no beard. Though it doesn't look like that was done willingly. It looks like someone might have cut his beard off. And then there's also an elf. So there's three and like associated lesser pirates with them. So you notice it looks like probably three captains and their crews.
Hello, gentlemen. And ladies? I assume ladies.
Well, are there
yeah,
any
there
ladies?
are a few female. There are a few females in there. Yeah, and actually, the elf is a female. So.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So, thank you all for coming. So we're just trying to chase down some rumors about a mysterious island that, appeared out of nowhere and appeared to be moving on its own. Anything?
Yeah, and the human guy, he says, "Oh yeah, I saw that island. Weird."
Okay, could you give us a rough, like, he unrolls like a map and goes like, okay, can you give us a rough estimate of its,
He says, "Well, I have
heading?
no
Is
idea
that
where
the
it is."
word, heading?
He says, "Well,
Direction?
he says I saw it going east, but that doesn't mean it's still going that way. It moves pretty quick. It was there one day, and by the time I was there a week later, it was gone."
Okay. But,
And
like,
he says,
just rough position and...
yeah, he gives you a general idea. So it would have been at the time, directly south of the western continent, going east is where he saw it. But that was also a while ago, because he's had to travel all the way from there to here. And so that was a couple months ago he saw it. And then, and he also tells you, he's like, "And I tell the truth, or my name isn't Sid Cabin Boy Clark."
Haha, it's a Sid.
Yeah. And then, the dwarf is just like, "Oi, yeah, well, you might have seen it there, but I saw it somewhere else at the same time." And he says, "I saw it south of the eastern continent, going west."
So, can we see if we can get a timeline as to when you saw it when?
Yeah, and at the same time, they both say 2 months ago.
Huh.
Okay, so
So-
either it...
I think I know how it's moving. Maybe. Kind of. However, I don't think you'll like the idea. However, let's see if the nice lady here has any opinion about this.
Any other,
Yeah.
other data points?
Oh, yeah, and well, so the lady says, "I saw it too, but south of this continent. And it wasn't moving at all when I saw it. But it definitely wasn't there before. And that was just a couple weeks ago."
Okay, so that's in the south. All seems to be south, very southward. I don't know if we want to trust that as a... because it moves. And apparently multiple directions.
Or maybe it's not even technically moving at all.
I mean...
Maybe it's just summoning things.
I don't think that's how... because... no. Because... they were clearly... like... I figured the sailors know where they were.
Oh yeah, these guys, like, these are their normal areas, so when they see an island that wasn't there before, they notice. And they especially
Mhm.
notice when they see it moving in real time.
Yeah. So I don't think we have an optical illusion or a... I don't know, maybe it's... illusory? I mean... we need more data. Would you, folks, fine sailors and such, know anyone else who has sighted this island? We kinda need more data.
And they say, well, there's one final guy, but he's a bit crazy. He claimed he even went on the island, which is crazy because the very choppy around the thing. I
Is
don't
he
know how you.
cute?
No, no. They say this guy's been sailing for longer than any of us have been around, and he
You-
has some crazy stories about what he supposedly saw on that island.
You think you can probably introduce us? I would love to get his opinion on something.
And they say, well, it depends. And one of them says, how do you feel about long-term care facilities?
I
Huh?
grew up in one.
I say, because
That explains so much about you.
I know, right?
anyway, Sid says because he is currently in Savannah. He's totally locked up. They got him. I don't know what they're doing to him, but no one's seen him since he went in that place.
He's in an asylum, isn't he?
Yep. In the Elven Kingdom. Because he's an elf. A really, 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 really old elf.
Well, that would explain the age bit.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, so then we have to track this guy down to see if he has...
Yeah. And he says, word of warning. I'd take anything he says with a grain of salt. He really said some crazy things. Said he saw demons on that island.
That actually seems to make sense at this current moment.
I say if you say so.
crazy things. Alright. I've never been to the Elven Kingdom. You guys know where to go?
Yes.
Okay. I'm just gonna put the clipboard away then. Thank you for all of your help, everyone.
There is a question. If we do manage to find information about how to get to said island, would any of you nice lady and gentlemen be willing to assist us with the venture to the island?
And then, the dwarf, he looks at you and he's like, are you daft? He's like, I saw that ship of yours.
Well, I mean, any
He says,
navigational help would be grateful.
he's like, we already gave you directions. What do you want?
Yeah, I think I think this is one for the airship.
Alright.
Someone say airship?
Because we have an airship. I mean, I guess it's technically Kanea's.
Yeah. Well, and then, Sid says, no, if you'll excuse us, we've got a party with free booze. And he says, because that was the deal, right? And you see Jeeves behind the bar, like, nodding, like, yep.
Hey, booze! Oh, lucky!
And he says, look, if you want to join us, you're welcome to. You look like you could hold some drink.
Oh, yeah, definitely. I would totally love it. Wait, do we have time for party or I turn to the group?
Pretty sure the group is going to the Elven capital.
Ah.
I mean, like, you can take one for the road.
Okay, yeah. One for me, one for Sylvie, please.
Oh, that's maybe not the best idea.
Yeah, as Kinea says that, you see Sid come back from the bar with two gargantuan, like, flagons of ale, and he just, like, slides them over to you guys.
I will take one before I leave.
Thank you. She will try to take a sip, but it's like, bleh.
Kanea just chugs it.
Carter is
makes
also downing his to try to match.
This is a shut-in nerd. She does not drink.
Uh,
Does she have to make a con save?
no. From
Okay.
having a sip and going black, absolutely not. I will say, however, that when Siltifix clearly isn't going to finish it, the dwarf just reaches over and grabs it and starts drinking from it. He doesn't
Oh,
care.
thank God.
I don't think Kanea's been to Sylvanas.
I don't think you have either.
Oh, okay.
I think Siltifix is more of a wine drinker type.
Mm-hmm. Alright then. So off to the Elven capital with you.
So why Elven Capital again?
Because that's where the supposed crazy old elf who's supposedly been on that island is currently been, I don't know. I don't know what interned in the mental facility.
Institutionalized.
Institutionalized. There you go.
Okay.
All right. Well, you get there, and as always, it's a beautiful tree-filled town. Elves everywhere,
It makes sense. Yes, this is an elven.
but more calm than last time, seeing as there's now not a ton of people from Pig's Boils crowding the place. Nice quiet again.
Okay.
And I think now you have to find your way to the facility. If only you knew an elf from here. If only, if only.
The elf from the bookstore, we know him.
I was thinking Anthos, but sure.
Oh, I thought you were gonna make us go to Obnoxious.
No.
I mean, why do we go there?
It may be a government-run, kingdom-run facility, but you don't have to see Obnoxious to get in there.
Okay.
It's just a library.
Well, in this case, it's an insane asylum, but not all that different. People can go there.
Insane asylum at the library. Same thing.
All right, so Anthos is able to lead the group to it. Honestly, it's not that far from the castle itself, and I mean, it looks like it's actually really clean and nicely maintained.
Alright, well, it looks nice on the outside, but on the inside, is this like some sort of Shutter Island kind of deal, or?
Well, actually, no. So when you notice that there are guards on the outside, but they let you go in without any hassle. When you get inside, you see that it is also very nice on the inside, and that there's a front desk reception kind of thing with an elf sitting behind it. And when you get in there, he says, "Is there someone I can help you look after, or are you here to visit somebody?"
We're to visit some old sailor fella.
We didn't get his name, did we?
You never asked for his name.
You gotta get his name. We gotta go back and get his name because that you just described.
Can
so
one of you
many
guys
people.
with your fancy rings be able to give Jeeves a little bit of a message?
Hang on. I'll use my sending stone for Blake and ask her.
Hopefully they're not. Hopefully they're not too drunk by now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. A few minutes later, you get a response from Blake that says, apparently the name of the guy is Blackburn.
Yeah, we're looking for Mr. Blackburn.
And the elf says, "Oh, you're looking for the nightmare. Yes, we've got him here." And he says, "You want to see him?"
Yeah.
And he says, "You sure? Kind of dangerous."
What kind of dangerous?
And he says, well, the last time he had his hands on a spoon, he tried to pull his own eyeballs out.
So dangerous to himself.
Whoa, for sure, and potentially others. Who knows what he's gonna do?
Carter's going to nudge Shiva. Hey, do you have that suggestion spell ready? Or something like that?
Suggestion, but that, like, works for more than one person.
No,
I've never used it on one person before.
you think you'd be able to focus it?
I mean, maybe he just needs a good night's sleep. That seemed to work for me.
I can put him to sleep.
I mean,
Well, either way, we still need to talk to him.
that's true. That's true. But if he does anything that tries to hurt us or himself, we'll, like, try to knock him out.
I'm assuming we'll have orderlies with us.
And he says, look, normally we wouldn't let someone go and visit this guy, but I know who you are, so at this point, if I try to say no, you're just gonna go over my head to the king, and I don't feel like dealing with him. So, look, here's the deal. You can go see him, just don't tell anyone.
Sounds like a plan. I like it. How about the rest of you?
Okay. Sounds good.
And don't kill him.
I mean, I would assume that would look bad, right?
He says, yeah, really bad, so don't do it. I've heard some things about you guys.
Okay, we won't kill him.
Alright, and he says, alright, then what you're gonna do, and he gives you directions in the facility, couple turns, and then he says you'll find he's in his own little area, and when you follow the directions through the facility, you end up in the end of a hallway with a big door in it, and the door has like one of those little slits that you can open so you can look inside it, and sitting in there in a room that looks like it's made entirely of rubber, wearing a straitjacket, is the elf. And yeah, you know, he kind of looks a little like Coot in that he definitely looks noticeably kind of crazy. Hair out of whack, long beard,
Above
kinda
table.
crazy eyes.
I wonder what a greater restoration would do for this guy.
The spell, we could find out.
We could find out.
I gotta go in there and touch him, though.
Well, you notice you weren't given any keys, so
Can't really get inside.
I mean, not having keys has never stopped us, but
you weren't. Yeah, you conveniently. It's almost like they didn't really want you to open the door for the guy. Anyway, there you go. So, but you can't talk to him really easily. And theoretically, if you feel like bursting your way in there, you tell me how you want to maybe go about doing that. But
well,
anyway,
let's talk to him through the slit first.
Yeah.
yeah. So he looks over at you and he's like, "Oh, visitors, eh? Or new
Hi.
orderlies?" It's like, "You got my pudding?"
No, we're visitors.
He says, "Oh, a shame." He says, "But you got any pudding?"
Does Carter have pudding?
No.
Damn.
We don't have pudding.
No.
I do not know what this pudding is.
Apologies. We did not know to bring pudding.
He says, "Who
we'll,
goes and visits somebody without bringing them pudding?"
I got wolf meat. Would you want that?
How long have you had that?
Yeah, I'm gonna say at this point it's pretty rancid smelling.
Oh. Oh, it gone bad. Whoops.
And then he says, I guess I'll take the wolf meat. Hand it over. Better than
sure?
nothing.
You sure it doesn't smell very good?
He's like, wait, so it's bad? He says, kids these days. I'm
not a kid, I'm an adult.
He says, you're a kid to me.
How does that work?
I think it's like a perspective thing.
He says, come back when you're like 1,500 years old. And then maybe I'll consider you an adult.
I can't live that long. I can only live up to like 90. I think that's how long Goliaths live. I don't know.
And then he says, so, no pudding, none of that, whatever you said that was, and your visitors. Why are you visiting me? Are you here to hear some crazy stories?
Actually, yes.
He's like, alright, so this one time, I went to a bar, and I was like, give me an ale. And they're like, we're out of ale. And I was like, what? What kind of bar doesn't have ale in it? And then I got in a fight.
Oh yeah.
We're
yeah,
actually
yeah.
looking.
That happens a lot.
We're looking for a story about a certain mysterious island that you may have visited.
And then you can see his demeanor changes a lot, and he says, oh, you want to hear about the island, eh?
Yep.
And you see him like scooch over so he's closer to the thing, so he can like put his eye right up to the slit as he talks, and you just see his one big bulbous eye. It's bloodshot, looking at you, and he's like, oh yeah, I know about that island.
Holding the clipboard defensively.
And he's like, I saw some things there, things you wouldn't believe.
We've seen a lot. Let's see if you can impress us.
We're adventurers.
He says, oh yeah, I think you can just go to that island, eh?
I mean, we're hoping to.
Well, how did
He's
you
like-
get to the island?
He says, well, I sunk my ship getting on the damn thing. He says, this island, it's real weird. It moves around in the ocean. The waves are really choppy around it. But there's no storm, no wind, just waves. Pushing everything away from the island. But I was determined to get on this thing. I'd never seen it before. I've seen a lot. But I thought, well, I can figure it out. Well, my crew didn't make it, but I did. I got on that island.
And what's on island?
He said, well, that's the thing. I saw these demons. At least, I think they were demons.
Did they have wings? Did they have
He said-
horns?
He said
Horns.
they kind of looked like people. But they had horns and tails.
Kind of like her?
And he says, yeah, like her, but
Oh.
didn't have wings.
So they're tieflings.
Oh.
He says, yeah, but they didn't quite look like tieflings. That's the weird thing.
What?
Yeah, he says their eyes were black. Just like black pools of nothing. And they were bigger than normal tieflings, and they didn't have like feet anymore. They had like hooves.
Okay, I'm just gonna spitball here. Is this, since we found those vials of the essence of the Shadowfell, is this, I'm assuming, where Garzer and the Shadowhorn are?
And he says it was weird. When I got there, they told me to leave, and I said I sunk my ship. And they told me that if I didn't leave, they were gonna have to hurt me, but they didn't want to. So to get the hell off, and to not tell anybody about it.
Looney.
You're doing a great job about that.
He says, hey, I don't listen to people just because they say to do something.
Looney, is it the Shadowhorn?
Who
in
knows?
Garzer?
Who could say? Anyway, and then he says, but I didn't want to die, so I took them up on the offer, and they gave me a boat and sent me on my way. And it was weird. The waves almost parted for me as I was leaving.
Oh, water control now. It certainly sounds like some sort of stone of water control.
Yeah. Island full of tieflings who are more demonic.
She unfolds a map sort of just through the...
And he says, oh, that won't be any good. There's no way it's there where it was then.
But if I know where it was, then I might be able to chart a course. Or something.
He says, unless you can go underwater, there's no way.
Wait, so we have to go under the water to get to the
He
island?
says, that's the weirdest part of all. When I left after the waves parted, I watched the island sink and go underwater.
So we can't use just an airship.
He says, I don't know about that, but I'll tell you, no one believes me. No one believes me when I say what I saw. But I saw it, I swear.
Leave you.
To
We've
be
even
honest, this is not the weirdest thing we've heard.
Yeah.
He says, well, it's the weirdest thing I've ever seen. I've sailed the oceans for thousands of years. It's the weirdest thing.
I mean, I thought there were mole people yesterday. Well, a couple days ago. I slept a
You
lot.
hear him say, he says, oh, there's mole people, all right. I bet my golden tooth on it. And you see, he like lifts his mouth with like, he doesn't have a hand, so he like moves his lips so you can see that he's got a gold tooth. He's like, I'm telling you right now, there's mole people. They sail the seas.
A little disgusting, this one.
That's why you can't find them on land. They're on the seas.
So it's a underwater island. So the island is basically like a giant submarine, if it was an island.
And he says, anyway, weirdest thing I've ever seen. Got me locked up here when I started telling people about it, but hey, I get put in every day, so, you know, could be worse.
Okay, but what was this about you doing something with a spoon in
He
your
said-
eyes?
He says, oh yeah, well, you know, I got bored of looking at these idiots' faces, so I thought I'd just scoop my own eye out.
That sounds actually very impractical.
Yeah.
Also,
He's like, you want to hear impractical, try eating pudding without a spoon.
What is this guy's obsession with pudding?
I don't know. It sounds like a creamy dessert or whatever.
The only creamy thing you can find that is more delectable is maggot milk.
ugh. Sorry, that was out of character.
It's okay.
If that disgusts you, you should try beetle juice. It is quite bitter.
I'll stick to the red cactus coffee
Please don't.
if I can find it. Powerful.
Anyway, so yeah. There you go. He's told you about the island.
Well, that was not much of a lead. He only tells us about it, but not where is it.
But he did tell us how to get onto the island.
Or at least how he got on it.
He
Which is-
crashed a ship.
Which is
Something
by far more information about how to get onto the island, because finding its location is not the hard part as far as magic stuff happens.
What about these creatures with black eyes, though? I mean, if they're demons or working for demons, they could be major threat or something.
I mean, things do tend to be pretty connected.
So, have we got a plan on how to find and get onto the island, or are we going to just kind of brute force this thing?
Well, I mean, don't you guys have a Shadowhorn captive?
We do. Actually, we have a lot. But we have one that might know more than the others. She's been trying to like get me to eat the antler.
Yeah, I don't think using the antler at any situation would be great. Even if we do have that fancy new potion that basically.
Actually, I'm gonna have to use that antler one day, in order to like sever that connection. It's a risk, but
I must be able to use wit and tactics.
it's true. But hopefully, it doesn't have to come down to it. But again, it's just.
Have you tested that potion on any of them?
Well, yeah, we tested on that one tiefling that is a masochist. Is that what the word is? She was in sex shop.
Huh. There's a shop for that. I never knew.
Oh yeah, I'm thinking of getting one of those like dildo things as weapon.
You definitely did buy one of those.
No, as a weapon.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, we tested out on her.
One
She
can
seemed-
make many comparisons between phallic symbols and weaponry, so yeah, I don't think it's particularly.
But yeah, she drank it. She was hurting for a bit, and then she felt better, so she was okay.
Have you tried it on any of the Shadowhorn who were
No,
captured?
No, just her. She was the only other Shadowhorn we tried it on.
I mean, deprogramming is a thing.
The thing is, this potion has to be given to all the Shadowhorn, which also includes Garzir. He's the leader, and I don't know where he is.
I don't suppose we can just find a bigger way to like make a whole mess of it and just pour it into their drinking supply water.
Like, does it have to be like a everyone drinks it all at once kind of deal, or?
I feel like if they drink it all at once, they won't know what hit them. That way, they won't know to go against such a thing.
Do we have for all the Shadowhorn?
At this point, they only made the one. They're gonna have to. It's gonna take a while for them to make more. That was the test one.
We tried marketing it as a refreshing beverage. Cold and restorative, like a cool aid.
There is Plan B of severing the connection.
And what would Plan B be?
I eat the antler. I feel all the Shadowhorn's emotions. I unleash a magical blast fueled by that emotions. And if it's strong enough, I'm able to short circuit the connection and sever it from LTAB.
That might pose a risk, especially when feeling one's emotions.
Yeah, but
It also sounds really cool.
yeah, but like I did it before.
And what was the outcome?
Well, I mean, last time I remembered using it, I was attacked by some bandits, and I kind of killed them with that energy. If I could try just channeling it and channeling those emotions through that connection, through that network, I'm sure I can short circuit.
I mean, either short circuit it or just kill everyone.
Yourself?
And
that
myself,
too.
yeah. I know it's really risky, but
It's just dumb. It's just not a good idea.
So yeah, we'll
To
make maybe. Yeah, we'll shelve that plan for now.
Yes, I do not agree with this plan. Think of another.
Well, there was Plan A, which was just get everyone to drink the Kool-Aid.
So we're calling it.
So
the
you
Kool-Aid.
want to mix it into a sweet beverage in the middle of a party.
It is quite effective if we could do it stealthily.
And because of them having that antler, we can't let them know that they're drinking something that's gonna destroy the antlers inside them. Because
A simple task. I can create a distraction.
Well, I
Okay.
mean, the idea would generally be if we can basically make it look almost inconspicuous. Try to make sure that they don't catch on that this is happening until
Yeah, like just disguise the flavor with some sort of something to make it sort of a refreshing, cool, restorative beverage.
Yeah.
And while you do that, I will create an image for them to be distracted by. And then afterwards, they will...
Like the punch!
Distraction will help.
Well, we gotta find them first. But this is also getting slightly farther afield from, the finding of the island.
Right,
Although,
right.
if they are on the island, then it would behoove us to make the plan.
Perhaps we could check out any local libraries. It might contain any history regarding it.
Silverfix tried that, but this is a recent phenomenon. I don't think we could find anything in the historical books.
Yeah.
Local tavern might have something in mind. People do like to chat in taverns.
I mean, we tried Windstorm. I guess we could try Sylvanas if they have taverns.
Exactly.
Well, they do. As any large city would.
Okay. So I guess we'll hit the taverns.
May we? Yes.
All right. Well, I will tell you that the only rumors you're gonna hear are the things you just got told. By Blackburn. So people are talking about the crazy things, and no one believes it. They're all just talking about the crazy things they heard from Blackburn, and that now he's been interned because of it, committed, and yeah. Also, that he tried to scoop his own eyeballs out and make pudding out of them.
Well, I think that means he belongs where he's in a place where he needs to be.
Yeah.
Hopefully, they will take good care of him.
I mean, there's still asking pleasure. One of the Shadowhorn. That's one other option left. Unless you guys have anything else to do in Sylvanas?
Nothing that comes to mind.
Wow, we just casually use teleportation magic here, don't we?
Yes.
I can do that.
Well, considering that elves are also very well known for crafting very fine and delicate magic items, I would suggest probably.
Plus, I think they have a magic circle.
They do.
They do have a giant magic circle at the entrance.
Center of town. Center of the market.
Center
Yep.
Market.
Yeah, so we just use the magic circle.
I can do that.
Oh, there's no... Oh, dang, I thought there's already a magic circle. Unless you want to activate it.
The be done, yes.
Well, anybody can do it. So, but yeah.
Okay. Back at Windstorm.
Yep. You return home.
Okay. I'm gonna go find pleasure.
Well, it's not hard. You know where she is. She hasn't been
Yeah.
able to leave. So go back to her
I'm
prison
gonna
cell.
go. I should probably say to go see pleasure. Sorry.
Wait, above table. Find pleasure. What kind of pleasure? A person pleasure or
Well,
pleasure?
That's why she corrected. That's why she corrected herself.
Oh my god.
Anyway, yeah, Pleasure is in the same place she was last time. She's in her cell. Not like she can go anywhere.
Hey.
And she says, "Oh, hello there. Welcome back. I was starting to think you'd forgotten about me."
Oh, just been busy. Just wanted to ask you some questions.
And she says, "Well, if you've come to ask questions, does that mean you're ready to eat the antler piece?"
No, I'm not ready. I don't.
Dagot just puts a hand over her shoulder.
Do not fall into her traps.
Right, yeah. I just want to ask you about if you know anything about the Waterstone.
And she says, "The water stone."
Yeah. Among other things.
And she says, "Now, how would you have found out about that?"
I mean, we're above table. I don't know if I should tell her about us being tasked to find the stones.
Well, you could twist it a bit. You could say we are finding a stone, but for different reasons.
Let's just say we have our ways of finding things out. We have sources.
And she says, "I too had sources before you put me in this infernal room and stopped me from being able to talk to everyone."
Yeah, well, you tried to manipulate me to go through the portal just so that you could like try to convince me to join you and the demon clam. Hell no, I ain't gonna. Yeah,
Just
that's all.
a moment. What kind of sources?
Sorry, what was that?
No, I'm talking to I'm there, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like talking to the professor, just like
What kind of sources that do you have?
And she says, "Well, I guess you haven't been talking with Shiva much because I'll tell you,
He's new.
yeah,
Also, I'm new.
all of
Hi.
us can." She says, "All of us can
Oh,
talk to
hello.
each other. We have a connection, or at least we normally do. This horrible room blocks magic and has made me feel so lonely."
And what
The
if
new
we
ones
were
are so
to let
grateful
you
we
have
could.
a day out? Could you contact these sources to come speak to us?
She says, "You want me to get them to come here?" She says, "No, you have to go there."
And where exactly is there?
She says, "To where we live. I'm not going to tell you where that is, because knowing you guys, you're going to go do something bad."
Is it a island that's been moving on its own with the Waterstone, and it's also been underwater as well?
And you can see a bit of shock on her face as she says, "Well, apparently you figured out quite a lot. Doesn't mean you know where it is, and I'm not going to tell you."
Yeah.
I whisper to Shiva.
Shall we persuade her passively or aggressively?
Let's try it passively.
I'll let you handle it then. You just give me the signal.
Okay.
I mean, if she dies, I could take her soul, but that's about it.
Oh, if she dies, that's gonna be a problem.
Hey, I didn't say kill her. I just said if she happens to die, I'm not.
But she says, anyway, Shiva, you're welcome to go visit our people anytime. Not your friends, though. They're
Why
too
not?
dangerous and violent. They've been
Hey,
too disruptive. They're a bad influence on you.
Hey,
I
you don't
might be a
even know
bad-
me.
I may be a bad influence, but I'm not destructive.
She said disruptive.
I mean, okay, she's right about that. You are kind of.
And she says, no offense, Shiva, but your friends are very dangerous people. And they've been stopping you from saying the truth.
But I am a new addition. I am not like them at all. And I tend to inspire them to see things in a different light.
He says, well, if you're like that, then convince Shiva to eat the antler piece. And she'll see things the right way.
I think she's too stubborn to even try that. Let's go on a different kind of method. Something that's way easier, and dare I say, possibly quite painful.
Wait, are you talking to me or are you talking to Pleasure?
Pleasure.
Okay.
And she says, so you want to torture Shiva? Well, I can't allow that.
Oh, no. Not Shiva. I think you got the position quite mixed up.
And I stare at her. And Dagal stares at her.
And she says, I see, so you're saying that you'll torture me.
If it comes down to it. But I would not dare volunteer. But I think the person beside me might. It is very wise not to cross her. I have seen her reactions into some things, and it is not quite pretty.
Talking about me.
And she says, you can do whatever you want to me. But I've already been very open. I will happily help Shiva get there. And I will happily tell Shiva anything. Except for where it is. Because you guys are too dangerous to know. But anything you do to me will be not nearly as painful as the constant agony I'm in right now, being separated from my clan.
And what if we were able to let you out?
She says, I would take Shiva to the island.
So Dagal turns to the rest.
Could we get maybe a bit of a sidebar? Like, out of earshot.
Excuse us, Pleasure. We have something to discuss. Emotion,
She
everyone.
says, I'll be here. Because I can't go anywhere else.
Okay.
Okay, we're in a private place though, right? Now?
Yeah, we should be in
Okay.
a private place.
What if you say that you'll let her out if she drinks the Kool-Aid?
I propose something else. I did say we will let her out, but I did not say for how long. So once we let her out, she gives us the information we need. I will immediately teleport her back to her cell.
Don't think you can teleport someone into an anti-magic field.
You cannot.
But I can hold on to her long enough and put her back in cell if you want.
That sounds like a great idea.
I mean,
I mean,
this could
we
work,
could-
but what if what if she doesn't say anything once she feels the connection? Plus, like,
That's why I was suggesting maybe just say
She cannot refuse. She does yearn to be connected with her social people.
it's not just the social people, it's Eltab, a demon, an ex-demon prince. We gotta be very careful with this, because if we like ask her something that she cannot say or she is going to say, antlers will start sprouting out of her body and Eltab will kill her.
Yep, this is specifically why, if we're going to do anything around these Shadowhorn, we have to do it very inconspicuously.
Can we cast an anti-magic spell around us while we take her outside? And not letting her know that the spell is around her.
No, she would know. That's why she can't talk to her people, just because of the anti-magic. She would notice for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think maybe like if we could get her to drink the Kool-Aid.
Hearing it that way just makes it sound hilariously bad.
Would that be before or after she tells us where the island is?
I mean, maybe once she's had the Kool-Aid and she's no longer, being influenced by that need to reconnect, she'll maybe she'll give the information willingly.
Or we give her the Kool-Aid, and then we get Breezy to pull the information off her.
Well, we must also have a plan B just in case she refuses the Kool-Aid.
I mean,
we just stuff it in everything else.
I mean,
we are
in a
feeding
cage.
What if, like,
They
Shiva
can't lie.
What if Shiva does go along with us and go to island? What if we, like, use that scrying spell and then Dagoth could teleport us there?
That sounds like a great idea.
Except for the part where Shiva has to go somewhere alone.
That is true, but, like, what if nothing else works?
Doubt is a luxury we do not have. We must get to this island. We must consider all sorts of possibilities.
No, also, there's a chance that Tyrandus might be there. Plus, Garzier has one of the 4 phylacteries that we need to find, and so we have to get to this island somehow.
Wait, who's Tyrandus?
He's my ancestor, the founder of the Damarian clan, and the first ever Tiefling Celestial Warlock.
Okay, so I mean, infiltration plan, but I do not like the idea of you going alone.
I don't like it either, but
Well, I mean, there is one solution we can try to do. You go in alone, and then we get the rest of us teleported in there by magic circle, and then we, at no knowingly known point, we give you the Kool-Aid. That way, you can't suspect the thing. Because I'm guessing
that would mean I'd still have to use that plan. That's going to be really dumb to. So wait, either way,
Well,
I'm
is
still going to
if
have
you
to
use
eat
the
the
plan.
antler.
That is if you have to use the antler, so that he doesn't try to kill you before we get a chance to exfoliate the antler.
Exfoliate.
Oh, by the way, Paul, are you like looking through your things?
Yeah.
Oh,
Just see
because you're
what, like-
accidentally you're posting them in chat.
Oh, sorry. I'm just trying to. Yeah.
Yeah,
I
if it
figured
ever
what
comes
spell
down
that
to
was.
having to use the antler, we get you a potion, but you'll just never know which one it is. That way, you can't. There's no way for him to predict when you are trying to get rid of the antler, and thus, hopefully, not growing into a rose bush.
True.
I'm just trying to think if there's a way to.
Oh, one question. Does anyone else have the scrying spell? If not, then maybe try the transport via plant spell. Like, it's an island. There's supposed to be trees there.
I can't tell. We can't teleport to trees that we have no idea.
That's
I haven't interacted with at all.
okay. Well,
So we
does
still need
anyone
somebody from the island.
I can only teleport and fly to the island.
does anyone else have the scrying spell or a scrying orb?
The only orb I have is chromatic orb.
And don't have it prepared.
Okay. I know that like way back we found a scrying orb.
I don't think you found an orb of scrying. You found an orb of the. Hang on, I'll tell you what ones you found. Because you found orbs of direction, an orb of dragonkind, and an orb of time.
Could have sworn we found an orb of.
Well, no, nope. I can confirm because that's not an actual existing. That would be a homebrew item, and I never made that up.
Oh. Well then, in that case, then we'd have to like get another scrying scroll, a scroll scrying then.
Oh, sorry. Wrong button.
Okay.
What kind of options are there?
A means of torture is another, but this one seems a little too stubborn.
I think we're on a right. We're close to the right track.
So Carter wants to write a note to hand to Jeeves as soon as they are kind of out of eyesight of Shiva.
Okay.
I mean, my passive perception is 10, so I think you're good.
The note will read the next anti-antler potion. Let's see if we can cook it into a food to give to pleasure.
And Jeeves is going to immediately say that won't work, Carter, for 2 reasons.
Okay.
And he says, 1, feeding it to her in the anti-magic thing would nullify the effects of the potion. It's a magical potion. And 2, you can't cook magical potions into food.
Okay. Just looking for more ways to disguise it.
He says if she's going to take that potion, she has to do it outside of the anti-magic field.
Good to
Okay,
know.
so I have a thought. It's a suggestion. So, what if Shiva, you agree to go with her, but not to take the antler, just to go with her alone, or at least seemingly alone.
Okay.
And well, jeez, the main problem is how the heck do we follow? I mean, I can use the staff to make myself invisible, But I don't think invisibility is going to be enough for this. If only there was some way we could hide in a pocket dimension that you could take with you and let us out on the other side.
We have a dimension. Karen's vault.
I mean, yeah, that could work.
A strong possibility. I'm all for it.
Question.
And then,
Real big question.
Yeah.
Will the connection work across time and space?
I mean, the vault is...
A vault is a demi-plane, and
Yeah.
you're all... Yeah, and I could just bring Karen's statue with me. And then I could, like, when I get to the island, I could probably bring you guys back in. I'd have to, like, do it without them noticing, though. That'd be...
I can clone you.
Wait, what?
I-
You can...
When did you get the clone spell?
I've read quite a lot of books.
Wait,
It would take a while to make a clone.
do you actually have clone?
Let's see. I believe I do. Yeah.
Oh, shit.
Well, damn.
I
Yeah,
mean,
but that's a long
however,
time.
that still requires you to die.
It requires a
still
lot of prep.
strength.
It takes a ton of prep work. For one thing, it takes 120 days to grow the clone. Plus, you have to prepare the vessel, and yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And
we
also,
don't have-
yeah, it's a long-term thing.
It is a whole process.
Is that present going anywhere?
I don't think we want to deal with that. My suggestion is she won't trust you if you just walk back and say, "Okay, I'm going with you." She'll suspect something's up.
What
But-
about simulacrum?
Simulacrum?
Oh yeah, that works. That works on your. Oh no, I guess it's technically yeah, it's other somebody else. Yeah.
Creates a illusionary duplicate of one beast or humanoid that is within range. Oh. That could work?
They're formed from ice or snow, so it would... Appears to be the same as the original, but has half the creature's hit points.
Amongst other things, yeah.
And it's formed without any equipment. Huh. I don't... Thing
Yeah,
is, can he be cool?
it's a doll. It's not a...
Yeah, it's not like an intelligent creature. Basically, it's a construct. So you can't have conversations or anything.
Yes, but it still obeys my command and still can talk through me, right?
Well, that is
suppose.
true, but if it is to use to like try to pull pleasure, I don't think it's gonna work like that.
Well, if I'm not mistaken, simulacrum also can basically pretend to be you from the point from when you created it, but any kind of new information will not carry with it.
Correct. It doesn't learn anything. It can't retain anything new. It literally is picture it like a puppet that looks identical to you and obeys anything you tell it verbally, but you can't communicate with it telepathically.
But I can hear what it says, right?
No.
I mean, I can hear from the other side.
Nope. This spell doesn't do that.
Now, my suggestion is that, I mean, the fewer spells, the better. I mean, it pains me to say this, but magic isn't the solution to everything. I think what we do is I mean, it depends on how good Shiva is at acting and being convincing. But we
I
could-
got +3 on my charisma mod.
Yes, last I saw, she is quite the persuader, both passively and
So
aggressively.
put on a. So we put on a fake show of her disagreeing with us about how to proceed. Maybe Shiva. Here's an idea. Maybe you come in saying that we have all decided that we're just gonna kill her. And you don't want her to die.
Might I make a suggestion? I
Yeah.
also have the spell major image. Let's just say she pretends to drink it and becomes
I
that.
don't think we're getting her to drink the Kool-Aid until after we go to the island.
Not that. It is when she eats the antler right in front of it. I could create an image of her drinking it. I mean, eating the antler to full, then we will listen to what beans.
Again, I don't think you can do that in the anti-magic zone.
Yeah, that statue is just gonna fall like a sack of potatoes.
My suggestion is don't eat the antler, but say you're going to let her free to, keep her from being killed by us. She already thinks we're terrible people who are going to kill people, so... And then when she opens the door, you go through and let us out on the other side.
Alright.
And say that you're not going to, lie to her. Don't say that you're going, do not eat the antler.
Okay.
Just don't.
Okay.
But say that you'll make your decision whether or not to do so on the other side. And then find some way to let us out on the other side.
Okay. I'd also say that
But if we had someone who could just provide a little bit of backup.
My suggestion exactly. How are they means of travel? If they are any near a water source, I can travel underwater.
Most likely a portal from here to there. My point is, we don't need to portal there. We just hitch a ride with Shiva. My only concern is, if we're all in there and you're captured on the other side and they take everything away from you, we're stuck in a demiplane with no way out.
Well, I mean, I think I might have a way out. I'm not I haven't tested to see if it'll work with multiple people than just me.
I mean, I can plane shift out, but I don't think that'll bring us where we want to be.
What is Carter's suggestion? What is your plan?
Carter?
No, yeah.
My idea is I've got some tools called escape ropes.
Yeah, they only
Okay.
work on they only work on yourself. You would know that.
Okay.
My
Oh, you're saving yourself.
does
then I can go
anyone
get 'em.
have shape-changing polymorphing abilities?
I mean, I do.
And Katie and I have the polymorph spell.
So
I can change shape and retain my intelligence.
So could you turn into something small that could hide on Shiva's person when she goes through the portal so that she has some backup outside of the demi-plane?
Question.
Yeah, pretty easily.
Question. Very big question. Very important
So
question.
perhaps while Shiva's keeping them distracted and is, I don't know, being shown around and introduced to everyone, you could sneak off with the key to the demi-plane and let us out.
Question.
Or-
Very important question.
Yeah,
Question
Stay
that I
with
think we
Shiva
should
and
all
back her up.
think about. What if the island is in its own demi-plane? Then we can't open the demi-plane within it.
I mean, I don't think it's in a demiplane, considering people were able to see it.
I think it's just underwater, probably.
Those were not magical people whatsoever.
Okay, fair. Just double checking.
Yeah.
I can check that if it is underwater. I can hold my breath. Being lizard folk.
Okay. Okay, yeah, I'm liking this plan so far. Kieran, I think the creature has turned it has to be something small that she wouldn't notice, but also strong enough to carry the statue.
Uh,
A ring, perhaps.
Animal. Not
animal.
object.
Animal.
Hamster. They are quite tasty.
I mean, there's a squirrel, hamster.
How heavy is the statue, DM?
You just press the button.
I'm gonna say it weighs 10 pounds because it's made of solid gold.
I can just burn both wild shapes, honestly.
Gaudy bitch.
Of course.
Yep.
Couldn't go gold plating. No, she had to go solid gold.
Yeah.
I mean, if it's worth 2 wild shapes, then
I mean, this is getting to an island that potentially has a lot of enemy faction and and the orbs. So I think it'd be worth burning both wild shapes.
okay. Question: what happens once you guys get freed? Because
Well-
last time we came up with a plan, we kind of ran out of the plan, and things gone to shit.
I only thought how to get there. I didn't think about anything beyond that, to be honest. Other than try to, I don't know, spike the water supply with the Kool-Aid.
Did you wouldn't work?
Sorry, what was that?
Did you say that spiking water supply would that work or would that not work?
Spiking
That-
food.
Yeah, you definitely couldn't cook it into food. He's not sure you put it in you might need a lot to put it in water, because if it's not enough to keep the concentration, it won't work. So you would need probably a lot if you're going to put it in water.
So perhaps we focus on figuring out a delivery mechanism for the...
Or, crazy idea, we try to sneak in as slaves, and that way we go to...
No, we're all
Hold
very
on,
well recognized.
hold on. Wait a second. When they are in some kind of mass celebration, and the host gives the toast, we, instead of serving them wine or whatever they're drinking, we serve them the Kool-Aid.
We're way too well known for that to work.
Yeah.
Alright.
Our reputation is a little too well known.
Extremely well known.
Do tieflings have true sight? Can they see through disguises?
I don't
I
know.
mean, some do.
Some do.
I mean, if these tieflings are looking more demonic, like the chances are they might have the true sight.
So why not we
Well,
also get a bunch of disguise kits?
I don't think that's going to really work. I think
No.
the best option is them not knowing we came through with Shiva. Until we have... And in the meantime, before we enact the plan, we work on how to deliver the potion to as many of them as possible.
Question. Why not we focus the potions on the leadership?
Because the leadership are the ones who caused this whole situation in the first place.
Exactly.
I don't think they're being mind controlled.
But I'll certainly put them into chaos, giving us more time to throw other things at them.
I think we need... if only there was a way to aerosolize the potion.
Again, I think a concentration problem.
So what we need to do is refine the potion into something that could be concentrated.
Yeah.
So I think that's the focus for now is
Mm-hmm.
supercharging this potion to something that can be delivered in mass.
So Looney, if we were to try to do some kind of like
I mean,
some kind of
none
like
of us are alchemists, are we?
No, none of you
No.
are alchemists.
yeah, but if we had the idea to do some kind of a montage where we are spending time to try to develop essentially a meth lab of this stuff.
I mean, I think the closest
I
person
like
we
as
have-
herbalism.
How much
Okay.
time would it take?
A long time, because you have no skill as alchemists whatsoever. You're basically asking to do advanced alchemical stuff with no experience or skill whatsoever.
So we find an alchemist.
That would be my suggestion.
Is Breezy an alchemist?
No.
Is
Do we
Coot
know
an
any-
alchemist?
Oh God.
Who made the potion in the first place?
Well, Breezy did, working with an alchemist, oddly enough. Because she
Okay,
herself is
well
one.
let's
But
so
she
let's
knows
go
somebody.
talk to this alchemist and see if they have any buddies that we can get on this problem, and then throw money at the problem until we have a solution.
Can we
Okay.
inject the potion?
No.
It
Yeah, I'm
has
gonna
to
say
be
you need.
drunk.
I'm gonna say it has to be ingested.
Okay.
No Arc Crotch potion arrows, no Kool-Aid arrows.
Damn. They were calling it Kool-Aid.
Sorry.
I'm okay with it. Honestly,
It's code name.
It's
It's funny that Mecca's the one to bring that code name up.
anyway.
I mean there's historical precedent with cults and Kool-Aid,
Yeah.
but
Oh yeah.
Yeah, like the one incident.
yeah, but it was big enough that everyone kind of went, don't drink
Oh,
the
yeah.
Kool-Aid.
Oh yeah.
It definitely, that
yeah.
one incident was strong enough to make an impression for the
And
rest
you are
of the
basically
rest
dealing
of our
with
culture.
you are dealing with a cult too, which is kind of funny, or what is essentially
That's
a cult.
kind of why I went there.
I hope it doesn't end the same way.
I'm hoping to.
That'd be unfortunate.
Well, luckily, nothing you guys have ever done has ended in mass death, right? I can't think of any times that happened.
Never.
Yeah.
We are flawless heroes without any flaws till we haven't made
Yep.
mistakes.
Yep. No mistakes in your history and past at all. Anyway,
I mean, we
all
already
right, so,
saved like 300 and so creature lives, and just with one action.
Might have ended 300 with one action too.
Yeah, no, we've I mean,
We did kill a lot.
Anyway, I'll go ahead and say you guys can actually. Breeza will come visit you on this. He'll come to the mansion, and at G's request. And then when she gets there, she'll reach out her hand to Shiva,
I let her touch my hand.
and she says, "I see. So you want to know who the alchemist I was working with?"
Yep.
And she says, "Well, that's a really easy thing." And she pulls out a tiny stone and starts whispering into it.
Is it Is it her garden tender?
Current?
It's not Kern, no. It's Bernadette. It's a different wizard. You know.
Ah.
You know, the one that it's kind
You
of slightly
saved.
crazy. Yeah. One of their party, like Kern, but not Kern. Yeah, dwarf lady. Well, she shows up too. And
Hi
the two of
there.
them say, she says hi, and then Breezy says, "So yeah, the two of us working together were able to make those potions using the antler piece that we were given."
we need to make more and also refine it into something that can be delivered en masse.
And she says, "Making more of it will take time, but we have already been working on it now that we know it works. The on master thing, that's harder. These are magical potions. That's hard.
Yeah, well,
Unless you can contain it you'd have to contain it in some kind of very large magical vessel, like these magical jars.
Question: how small
I
of a
mean, we might.
dosage
Do we
can
have?
we make them?
We have a magical jar, but it's for souls, I think.
Yeah, it is. It's also about not that pretty much the same size as a potion bottle. So
Too bad the
Could we figure
flower-
out like a way to get one made?
she says, I guess we could try to have one made, but it would need to be how many people are you going to try to give this to exactly?
An entire clan of Shiva's people.
And she says, oh, that's very difficult. I'm not even sure we
Yeah.
can get something that large made that you could feasibly carry around.
Yeah, they're like on an island
DM,
that's constantly moving around.
question.
That or a whole bunch of smaller ones.
Question: what's the size of a potion bottle? Is it like the size of a Coke can or something, or
It's bigger than that.
a little bigger than a Coke can?
Quite a decent chunk bigger than. It's more like it's
tall
slightly
boy.
different. Yeah, pretty much.
Okay, so about 500 milliliters.
Yeah.
Okay, I just wanted to know the volumetric wise, how much space do we need?
Yeah.
And that's per one potion.
That's per one potion.
We don't even know how many Shadowhorn there are. A lot.
Yeah, we don't. So that's a problem.
I mean, do we have anything that could grant us insight or knowledge about that?
She says, well, we can look into it, but your best bet is something that lets you control liquids. Something powerful.
Okay, so we have to get the stone that's on the island with the people we want to help.
So,
yes,
what you're thinking
seems like it.
is we make a giant cask of this stuff, bring it along with us in the ship or the demiplane, and when it's time, we use a water stone, we get the water stone, and use the water stone to just shove it down everybody's throats.
It's not gonna
I
be
mean, effectively?
I mean,
I think that'd work.
okay. Now, I have a question. We still have other Shadowhorn locked up. Should we free those guys too, or do we just leave them?
What about the
Racing-
Shadowhorn that we have locked up and forgotten about in the Shadowfell? Could they be test subjects?
What?
Even the ones that are definitely not going to be accessible at this point.
Well, I mean, we haven't. It's not like we haven't backtracked on certain locations.
I mean, like, if we're doing the whole acting thing, I mean, why not, like, free the others to, like, prove that, hey, I want to be on your side more?
Or at the very least that you don't trust us not to murder them all.
Yeah.
Breezy will remind you, though, that the potion is extremely painful for an extended period of time after the fact. She reminds you that that was the knowledge, like, that was the thing that came from the person you tested it on. The only reason they were okay is because they're an extreme masochist and they liked it. Anybody you give this potion to is going to probably be out of commission for a while.
I mean, that's why that's the end game of our
Yeah, but
little
she's just
plan.
making sure that you're aware of exactly how painful it is. Very, very excruciating.
So, any idea how big the Thorn clan is?
Horn.
Horn.
And, I mean, I'm assuming Shifa would know at least. But
At the time of the split, anyway, it was about a 50-50 split, which would have meant well over 500 people then. Who knows how many of them there are now.
I mean, well, okay, we have
So we can
population growth,
assume
and
probably about 1,000.
I mean, has their population doubled in
I
that
mean-
time or more? What's
Yeah,
our,
there's a lot of
what's our,
factors.
As
what's our
well
time
as-
frame here?
Yeah. What is the time frame?
You know what happened when Shiva was a baby, basically. a child.
Okay, so theoretically a single generation, maybe 2.
Mm-hmm.
And that's if all the. And it depends on how many of them actually got together.
That is also
Not recruitment, how many of them actually got together. A lot of factors to take into account.
DM, can I intelligence check to try and math this shit to get like an upper and a lower?
Sure. Roll intelligence.
I am the smartest person in the room. I am going to use it. Apparently not.
Yeah, there's way too many factors. As Silifix is doing this, she's already getting lost in her head, mumbling about all the various factors that can be there, and like you're already like halfway to being like, I gotta make a conspiracy board for this to figure this out. And
No, this isn't the conspiracy board. Now this is like
yeah,
if
I think
she
this is
had
next
an
level.
Excel chart.
yeah.
Excel spreadsheet.
Yeah,
I can
like,
just see
if
it.
she had a
The
spreadsheet,
abacus.
it would be. Yeah, abacus and a spreadsheet is what's happening now, and I don't think we're gonna get.
I'm just hearing that abacus slapping the beads back and forth right now.
Anyway, so yeah, Silifix is like, oh, if he realizes it's not quite so easy to calculate this kind of thing. So who knows? But could be a lot more than 500 now.
Be a lot more, could be a lot less.
True.
I mean, we could also just guess at a number and just make it a very high one. If we end up with too much potion, oh well.
How much time does it take to make these potions anyway?
Well, Breezy says it took a while to do it at the start the first time because we had to go through a whole bunch of different potions before we got one that we were pretty sure would work. But she says it would still take us a while to make hundreds of doses or more. It's going to take us at least a few weeks. It's a lot of potions.
Few weeks.
And that's if we can keep all the ingredients.
What if we could enlist more help?
And Breezy says, I foresaw that you would need a lot, so we've already had Jeeves help us track down most of the ingredients, but even so, it's still going to take us a few weeks, no matter what. It just takes a while to brew the potion.
And
you can't
how
change that.
long do these potions last for?
He says, well, they're a magical potion, so they don't really expire.
Okay. Because I know
It'd be weird if
sometimes they
potions
do.
expired.
Yeah, magical potions are in magical jars, they don't expire.
So we have to wait a few weeks before we can do this then.
She says, I'm afraid so, if you want to take all the potion with you at once. If you want to make it after the fact, you don't have to wait.
Or we find a way to put the airship back in the bottle, and then we launch the airship when we need it, have all the potions ready on the circle, and that way we can go there a few weeks ahead of delivery, and then by the time we need it, it'll be ready.
I'm gonna say you definitely remember when you got the item identified that you can't put that shit back in that bottle. Once you take it out, that's it.
Yeah.
It's a one-way thing.
I think Carter is just generally pointing at the
All right.
idea of using the circle, the teleportation circle.
What we could do is have the airship on standby. We go through with the plan as described. But once we're there and we're out, we could let the airship know somehow of our location so they could start making their way to the island.
In that case, then I'd have to be there to pilot their ship.
I mean, can the crew work without you?
I don't know. I guess I should probably teach them how to. I mean, they've been able to handle airship before. I probably have to teach them how to pilot it.
I mean, we got a couple weeks.
That's true.
Because I don't think we want to go through with this until we have at least some of the potion ready.
That's true, and I don't like idea of leaving you guys alone without, muscle.
Well, I mean, we could enlist another kind of captain, a Yanti captain, to take care of the airship.
Would he even listen to us? Or we only listen to the orator?
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
What's this about the orator? I was a little bit left out of the loop.
One of our very good friends totally didn't manipulate them to believing that she's a prophet for their god.
I mean, maybe she is.
No,
No.
she's way too deep. She's just kind of way too deep into the law, you know.
Yeah.
Hmm.
I mean, it was
Well-
to make sure we didn't massacre an entire race of people just because they're on the Demon Lord side.
But that is technically what their god wanted, so...
Yeah.
But in any case, it would either take them time to get here, or take time for... It's going to take time for all of this stuff to come together.
Yes, it's gonna take some time.
So what else can we get done in that time?
Carter
I don't
pulls out the list. We've got the heart of a mountain, the heart of a forest.
I don't know. I could ask about the forest thing.
Yeah, oh, absolutely you could.
The heart of a storm giant, and the essence of neutrality itself. We've got a lot of things to do on this list. I'm gonna go and check up on the forge and see how our friend there is doing.
It's gonna take, months to make all those weapons.
Many months. He's currently just making the adamantine ingots. Like, he's smithing that right now into a malleable form that he can actually work with.
Okay. So,
Cool.
Yeah, so when you go there, you see him extremely hard at work. He pretty much doesn't even acknowledge you there, other than at one point, after you've been there for a while, he looks over and just looks at you for a second, then and just gets back to work.
Everything going smoothly?
He just grunts at you nah. And by the way, it's extremely hot in that room, way hotter than normal because he's really cranked up the heat to work with that metal. In fact, you can't. Yeah, it's way hotter than would feel comfortable. You can't stand being in that room for very long. Just being in there, you immediately start to sweat. He can stand it because he is an Azur, and he is from, the plane of fire. So for him, it's nothing.
Well, how long is this thing?
Hmm?
Wait, is he making something for how long again?
He's gonna be making it for months, many months.
He's working on all the CLAM weapons.
Mhm.
Okay.
But it's gonna take a long time.
He's
Yep.
right now just getting all the materials bulk prepared so that when he can start working on each individual weapon when the time allows him to.
Correct.
and when we have whatever key ingredients we need.
Yeah.
Well, I'm thinking that probably during which time I should also create a clone or something for future planning.
If you want to cast the clone spell and prepare it, we'll keep track of that, and in 4 months later, it'll be ready to go in case you die.
I think we should prepare a clone of Shiva.
Yes.
That is my plan.
I don't know why we need a clone spell.
Just because, it's always good to have plans A through Z. All 24 backup plans.
And she seems to be the main target, especially for the Demon King.
Okay, but like,
Yep.
I mean, I only died once.
I think we're all gonna die once at some point. At least once. But
I don't think I've done it that many times.
if all things go wrong with the horn and we've got a rose bush on our hands, I think the backup plan is a great idea.
Alright then, shall I create the cloning process? With Shiva's permission, of course.
Mhm.
Me.
We can
I
hide
guess
it. We can hide it inside the giant chest out there.
Or, we have multiple magical laboratories in this place, apparently.
I mean,
That's mostly Corval's fault.
yeah, it's true.
There's a new necromancer in town.
You see?
I mean,
There can only
I mean,
one
I
necromancer in
guess.
town, say?
I mean, I guess it wouldn't hurt to have a backup in case anything happens. I mean,
Alright, so I will say that's going to require an entire cubic inch of your flesh to be chopped off.
Hey, what?
Yeah?
It requires samples.
Yeah, it's not nice. Clone spell's not nice.
Don't worry, you will regrow your tail like I do.
Hey, whoa! I don't think tieflings regrow their tails.
They do not.
I can
They do
regrow
not.
it.
Us lizard folk always regrow our tails.
Yeah, but I'm a tiefling. I'm not lizard, so
Above table. I remember an episode in Critical Role where they were trying to regrow Scanlan's little toe by casting.
It
No,
was
that
back.
was backed. Yeah.
Well, anyway, will
Anyways.
the rule apply where if you keep casting greater restoration to regrow?
No, I can regrow it normally with a spell.
Okay.
Okay. Okay.
I have regenerate,
Yeah.
Okay.
I knew that's what you're going with.
Alright, I guess my tail will do.
Yeah.
Yeah, honestly,
I mean,
it's the required piece of flesh that is the reason why Sildafix is not interested in trying it herself.
And you need a magical vessel.
I'm sure we couldn't find one of those or buy one.
Yeah, exactly. So I could say you can buy the art like a coffin or urn or whatever that's big enough that's
No.
got the.
If I remember correctly, the tips of the tail are often the most sensitive. So let's not get too hasty about trying to find the easiest part to take off. Maybe the part where it's a little less sensitive.
Hey, here's an idea. How about not talking about while I'm still here and just get it over with, please?
Probably like somewhere a little bit more.
Carter,
mean.
shut up! You're not
Nothing
helping.
talking about it's not. Nothing talking about it is not helping. I don't think anybody enjoys that type of process.
So.
We could probably put her under like, anesthetics and stuff.
Mr. Jeeves, a glass of orc crutch.
Just that.
Oh,
Just-
alright, sure.
just
No,
that doesn't
very
hurt as much.
Yeah, Jeeves walks over and with the tray with orc crotch on it, a shot of it for Shiva.
Oh, God. Okay.
Not to worry, I shall be quick and painful.
Are you allowed
Quick
to?
and painful.
Well, I cannot sugarcoat it in any way. It will hurt.
Can we purposefully fail a Constitution save?
I'm afraid not. You're gonna have to roll for that orc crotch.
Okay.
And she's out.
Okay.
And here we go.
Yeah, so Shiva, you take back the shot and you just pass out. And then Dagos carves out a cubic inch of flesh from you. And puts it in the urn so that it can grow over the next 4 months.
And there, our backup plan is at its growth stage.
And then Kieran can use regenerate to grow back the thing.
Yep. Just kind of regrows over a minute.
Yep.
Probably
And
still
eventually-
going to be a little tender for a little bit.
So for like 1 minute, she has like a little baby limb.
Anybody else picture Deadpool? Let's see.
Now that you mention it.
Yeah, it's kind of like that.
Yeah, but the amount chopped off isn't nearly so extreme as an entire arm. But anyway, and then eventually, yeah, it regrows, and eventually Shiva will wake up, and it will still hurt though. Yes.
Can Carter put a bandage over the part that got carved out? Or regrowing?
Oh, there's no need. The regenerate literally heals the wound, so it's not like it didn't happen.
It's a psychological thing.
Did
Uh,
it work?
Yes, Siva, it did.
Oh,
A small price to pay for salvation.
well, that's good.
Carter
Thank
hands
you.
Shiva a bottle of water.
Thank you.
Yeah, Shiva, you're hungover now too from that one shot.
No.
Does that count as exhaustion?
No.
Okay.
You want me to cast a little bit of restoration on that?
That'd be great.
I'll do that for her.
Thank you.
All right. You use restoration to get rid of her hangover.
Yep.
All right then.
Much better.
There's that one clone of Shiva growing.
Oh my god, I forgot to tell Sombra about this. Oh no.
Oh,
He doesn't even know.
Oh, by the way, I have to ask, what age are you setting for the clone?
Hey, she is now, I would assume.
Yeah.
Okay.
My age, yeah.
Yeah.
Just checking, because technically it can be younger or whatnot.
It's gonna be weird if it was a younger.
I mean,
just
she
saying,
was
it's-
like, what, 24-ish?
What's the age? Let's see, I started off as 22. She's gonna be around 23, 24 right now.
Yeah, I would say probably, yeah, about 24.
Yeah, I wouldn't be too taken away back if it was like remove 2 or 3 years on it. I think that'd be pretty nice, personally speaking.
I know.
I mean,
Alright, but we're still pretty young for life expectancy of this, most of our races.
Yeah.
mhm. So I guess we'll just hunt down the rest of the ingredients by the time, while we're waiting for the potions to be ready.
If that's what you want to do, absolutely, it's something you can do. And I will say, Kieran will hear back from the Druidic Council on the Heart of a Forest, and that they can actually get you one. You don't even have to go get one.
Nice.
They can
Sometimes
consider
all we have to do is ask.
Yeah, and because of the whole helping out with the stones thing, they'll sort this one out for you. However, the Heart of the Mountain, they tell you that one's not so easy for them to get, but they know of a mountain where you could definitely get one if you could find it. And they tell you of a mountain, and it's a familiar mountain because they tell you that it's quite distinctive because there's a very grumpy pink dragon that lives in it.
Yep. I know this one very well.
Oh,
I grew up
were
right
you
beside it. I grew up right beside it.
Oh,
Yeah, the one just right outside of Portsmouth? Yeah.
That's not
Oh.
right outside of Portsmouth. It's quite a bit north of that. You're mixing that up. Actually, it's not north of Portsmouth. Sorry, it's on the east continent. It's north of the Tabaxi lands. You had to go past Raja to get there.
I'm pretty sure we got a magic circle at that mountain.
Yeah, you do.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm mixing
I
it
just
up.
you are mixing it up.
Okay. Well, great. We're
But
gonna
yeah.
have to visit the grumpy pink dragon if he's not so grumpy anymore.
Hey, Dagoth, question.
Yes.
No.
Carter.
I remember a few months ago. She didn't have those wings. I'm wondering whether or not the clone is going to be having the same thing.
Yeah.
It will, because it's a clone of the body as it is right now. So yes, it will.
Okay, because I didn't know if the wings are going to come with a package or not.
They're permanent now. 'Cause
Okay,
they would
just
be
curious.
Okay. So I guess we'll head to the mountain.
Mm-hmm. All right. Do you stop by to visit Raja first?
Yeah, he might probably know where Heart of the Mountain is. Why not?
Well, Raja doesn't know where it is, but he would be happy to see you. That would be entirely a social visit.
Do you guys
we
want to
wouldn't know
grab more
until we had.
toenail clippings
Also,
from
I
him?
have never met this person.
I also have not met this person either.
Who's
Fine.
who?
Raja,
Oh,
The Rakshasa.
the rocks.
Oh yeah.
Okay, well, yeah, we can still visit him, see how he's doing.
All right, then. You stop by to visit Raja the Rakshasa. You know what? He's doing great.
Good.
His nails have grown nice and long again, too. But, he's very happy to see you, as he always loves the company. Though he does notice a distinct lack of some of the more musically inclined members of the group.
Oh yeah, they are working on something outside of the pack, unfortunately.
Something.
Is there anything you'd like to pass on to
vacation?
them?
He says, "Oh, no, I was looking forward to being serenaded again."
How does the sound of saxophone appeal to you?
Well, considering that's not an instrument that exists in a D&D world.
Saxophone.
You know.
Aw.
Also,
okay,
you can't magically give yourself proficiency with an instrument either.
No. In several bits we've given the Fire Rex a magical
Oh, I
saxophone.
guess that's true. You know, for consistency's sake, I had forgotten about that. You know what? Yeah, the Rex has the one and only saxophone. I had forgotten about that. You've got me there. Yeah. All right. You have the Rex serenade him with the sound of a T-Rex playing a saxophone.
Or are you still on?
Still on.
Okay,
How it sounds, I'll leave that up to your imagination. But
I'm just imagining Karis whispers.
Yeah. Actually, you know what? Have the T-Rex roll a charisma check for me. Not bad. It's not the worst roll ever.
So it's probably more like Bill Clinton playing.
Yeah.
I have a question.
Uh-huh.
Kanea has drums. Can you use drums to play with Fire Rex to give him advantage or whatever?
No, but I'll take a check from Kanea herself.
Okay.
Hey.
I actually have proficiency with drum.
All right then, roll the thing. Select charisma as the stat when you click the drum proficiency.
Okay. Let me just hang on. Drum. Charisma, you said?
Charisma.
Okay, charisma.
What?
Oof.
You rolled. Oh yeah, a 2.
Rolled a 2.
Wow.
Did you want luck?
Yeah, I'll use my luck.
Use her luck blade to roll it again. All right.
Yeah. There we go.
There we go.
All right then. So yeah, you guys serenade him with the sounds of saxophone played by T-Rex and the drums.
I'm so happy
bongos.
about that. It's the T-Rex saxophone. I love it.
Yeah, and basically the sound of bongos to go with it, which is an interesting combination of sounds. There you go. But like I said, Raja, he likes it, so you know, he's into it.
Like being at some smoky lounge.
Yeah, or something exactly. He even snaps to it instead of clapping. He snaps.
Oh yeah, very very beatnik.
Yes. He lets you clip his nails, so you know. You've got 20 nail clippings from him.
Wait, why do we need nail clippings?
We need them for potions.
Not just any potions. I'll remind you that that Rakshasa nail clipping can be used to make potions of haste.
Oh, that can be pretty actually handy. But wait, I mean, do we even know who can make those? Not here.
Oh yeah.
Corbel usually makes them, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, he did.
So we can certainly just get them shipped over to him to make.
He's got no facilities where he is, so you'll have to go to somebody else, an alchemist.
Bernadette. But she's busy making those.
Yep, you might have to wait a bit on those. But anyway,
Okay.
there you go. You get 20 rock shots and nail clippings. Anyway, so yeah, you have a nice little visit. Friendly. He tells you what's going on with his life, which isn't much these days, what with him having retired onto this mountain. But that, he does tell you that Grump has been in a better mood and that flying is allowed on the mountain now.
That's
Nice.
great. That
Yep.
must have been really annoying to not have flying going around.
Yeah, it's probably because of his girlfriend.
The tomato dragon.
Correct!
Maybe we can visit him, and maybe he might know where Heart of a Mountain is.
That's what he suggested. That's who you go see, actually.
Okay.
My word.
So.
All right, then.
Yeah, we go there. We say goodbye.
All right. Yeah. And he tells you to come visit him again whenever you feel like it. He loves the company.
We'll definitely do.
All right, then. And with that, you go off to see Grump. And while he might be a little less grumpy, he's still pretty grumpy. And when you get in there, he grumps at you immediately. And he complains, and he's like, oh, what do you guys want?
I see you too. You wouldn't happen to know where a Heart of a Mountain is?
And you can see he's just like, And then you see the tomato dragon, and she's like, oh, come on. You can't just be that rude. You have to tell them. And you can see him be like, go ask Perry. He knows where it is.
That's the Empyrean, right?
Yep.
Okay. Where is he?
And if you remember, he had his own separate section of the cave. So when you go to see Perry, you see him in there, and he has a fancy-looking home now. He's built himself a house inside the cave. And, like, it's huge because he's an Empyrean. And you can see him just kind of, when you get there, somehow he's growing trees inside the cave. And he's chopping one down.
Fascinating.
Ooh.
How do you get the sunlight for that? There's gotta
And
be a magic source of sunlight, right?
He doesn't notice you because he's busy chopping trees when you get there. But eventually, he does realize you're there. And he's like, oh, hello.
That is one big man.
Yep.
And he says, oh, I can see you have some new friends.
That's one big axe.
Yeah, it's a huge axe.
Hi.
Hi.
We were here
Oh,
to talk.
there.
We were told to talk to you about something. Ask you a few questions.
And you can see he kind of squats down and is like, oh, yeah? What can I do for you? I'm always happy to help my friends. And also new friends.
Carter held his hand out to shake.
He reaches out his hand, and, like, you're like the tip of one of his pinkies in size.
Yes, so we were told that you might know something about a heart of a mountain.
He says, oh, yeah, sure.
Yep. So
Do you know where we could find
He's
it?
like, he says, "Oh yeah, I've got it." He says, "I'm using it right now." And he says, "How do you think I can grow these trees inside this mountain?"
That's how
Huh.
you. That's how it works.
He says, "Well, I mean, it could probably do a lot of stuff, but yeah, it's got all sorts of magical power. Basically, just raw crystallized magic that's formed when this mountain was created a long time ago."
Okay. Quick question. What happens if Heart of Mountain gets taken away?
Oh, it's fine. It doesn't do anything to the mountain itself. It's just old crystallized magic.
Okay, that's good because we kind of need Heart of Mountain to make weapon.
He says, "You want the heart of the mountain."
Yeah.
Yes, please.
I mean, you know these guys pretty well, right?
He says, "I do. And I do like you guys a lot, especially because..." And then he's looking around and he says, "Well, I don't see her here, but after she found, after your friend Fable there found Grump a girlfriend, he's been a lot better to deal with."
That's great. She does a lot of great work, doesn't she?
He says, "She does indeed."
And we certainly are hoping to be able to get this equipment we need for hopefully saving the world.
He
And
says, "Well, it's
possibly
a
the
good
Munster Trust.
cause, and I do like you guys, and you've done me a lot of help with Grump." He says, "But I am using it right now."
We might not need it for some time. Not until we get a few other things made.
And he says, he says, "You know what? If you can, if you can figure out how to get natural light in this cave, you can have it."
All right, I got a idea. But the question is, how deep, how thick are the walls around here?
Very, very thick.
Is there a direct path? Is there a path from the outside to the inside that we could like arrange a system of mirrors through
I suppose, if that's how you want to go about it.
for our comedian Death Ray to get the sun in?
Carter has Jim currently prepared, so he's got an idea of just tunneling a hole through the ceiling or through a wall. And if you can...
Well, he doesn't want that because that'll let too much in. Like, he doesn't want to ruin his home with a giant tunnel that goes outside. But he liked the idea of those mirrors.
I don't suppose that having a portal that just beams sunlight through the ceiling would be...
He says, "Well, light doesn't travel through portals, so that won't work." He says, "But for sure," that, again, he liked that mirror idea. He says, "We should be able to set that up. I even have the mirrors you could use. I just never thought of using it that way. Though those tunnels are a bit small for me."
We can certainly set them up for you.
Okay, so we're going to set up essentially a system of mirrors and lenses.
Sure, you spend a couple hours putting those in place and adjusting them until eventually solid light reflects through the mirrors into his home.
Solid light? We created hard light?
No, not...
I tease.
Of course, it will only work. Of course, it'll only work during the day. But at night, I added this feature. It like swings over like a little like eyepiece that you can look into. You could don't do it during the day, but at night you can stargaze with this.
He's like, "Oh, that's a nice bonus. Excellent." And he takes the stone, and like it's large, by the way. It's about the size of one of you, and he places it on the ground in front of you guys, and he says, "Here you go. A deal's a deal. It's all yours."
You giant.
All right.
Okay, guess we can
Anybody got a bag of holding to stick this stuff into?
I think that might be a little big, unless it isn't.
No, you guys have put bigger stuff in bags of holding. Might take a little force, but if needed, he can help push it in there for you.
All right.
Well, Sildifix has one, but do you want to leave it with her, or?
Or, if you don't mind, do you think you can carry that over to the teleportation circle for us?
He says, "Oh, I could do that too." He picks it up with a couple fingers.
Thank you.
And he just moves over to the teleportation circle and he just places it on there.
All right. And off we go, or...
Oh, and he
else?
says, "Oh, make sure if you come back to bring more boost for Grump. He was complaining about that he ran out."
I will let our local Brewster know.
Brewster. Okay, so that's 2 down, 2 to go.
Mm-hmm. Now the Storm Giant Heart, that's going to be trickier. But I think what we'll do is we'll call it for dinner 5 minutes early here because it's a good stopping point.
Okay.
Okay.
And I'll see you guys in.
It was definitely the smart call of ask the druids about the forest heart.
Yeah.
If somebody would know about it.
It would be them.
Oh yeah, he uses Power of Waking to save Kyrie. That's what it was.
Okay.
Because he uses Power of Waking improperly. He just goes someplace else.
Oh, that's okay.
Which is the final world where you find what's his name? Yorza. Which is just like a fucking meme on Final Fantasy.
Mm.
But also,
Anyways.
it turns out the game was a real world and it has other implications.
Makes the most sense compared to like most comp.
No, it doesn't make any sense. There's a lot I'm leaving out that's just straight bullshit.
Oh my god.
Like okay, so Zigbar turns out to be Lushu, who's an apprentice of the Master of Masters, which is like pre-Keyblade War, like leader of the Keyblade Wielders, Book of Prophecies. Is what your character uses in the mobile game to be able to use your abilities from the future.
To retract that statement I made earlier. Oh my god.
And the book is locked in a box. So it turned out that Zigbar knew where it was, and Zigbar brings it and resummons the masters the masters from the mobile game to talk to them, and reveals himself as Lushu, and it's like very like, oh, why have you summoned us? We died. Everything died in the Keyblade War. Also, you kill Xanart finally, and like. The master of like Terra and Aqua and Ventus kind of just forgives him, and they just like disappear as like ghost particles, like force ghosts kind of thing, where they just kind of like make up and they just disappear. Still a bad dude. They just go like, "Hey, you're pretty chill now that you're dead." And
Oh
repenting
yeah,
for your
good old
sins.
redemption through death.
No, redemption by dying and then realizing the error of his ways after he's already dead.
Oh, that is such bullshit.
So him and his like friend, quote unquote, have like a talk, and they come to like an understanding, and then they just die. And then Ventus, Terra, and Aqua are just back and okay. Besides the trauma. Roxas gets a body. They use like the bodies, like the clone. There's a clone Riku where they took Riku's memories and made him evil and put him in like a clone body. They just give Naminé and Riku, Naminé and Roxas clone bodies.
Anyway, all right.
Okay.
I'm gonna bring it back to D&D, and we're gonna get started, and hopefully, Ocelot will be here in a
D&D,
minute.
where things make sense.
I don't know. I'm the
Yeah.
DM. You tell me whether they make sense. Anyway,
mean-
bringing it back around. So, you tell me which you would rather go for first: the heart of a storm giant, or the essence of neutrality itself.
Essence of neutrality. It'll be fucking hilarious. Because none of you are neutral and very biased.
That is true.
Solifix is neutral.
Silverfix is not neutral.
Yeah, she is. She's not true neutral, but she is.
Okay, we're talking about orbital neutrality. I'm pretty sure it's talking about, like...
She's lawful neutral.
So worse.
Still neutral. If you're going to the plane of neutrality, you know.
I mean, I'm chaotic neutral.
Yeah, still neutral.
Should we just let the ones who are neutrally aligned go there?
Oh no, you guys can go there. You just don't hang around too long.
Starts to impact you a bit.
What's Shiva's alignment again?
Chaotic good.
I don't know about that one.
Yeah.
I'll watch you do a lot of absolutely terrible shit to some people.
Yeah, chaotic.
Yeah, but they were terrible.
No, they were pretty terrible.
Yeah, but they were terrible people, so.
It doesn't change that terrible things you do.
Well, it's not evil. I mean, chaotic good was actually the closest.
Also, like, let's be honest,
Emo
the real
saying he
world is more flexible than.
I think she's more chaotic neutral than chaotic good.
There's no lot of good party.
You know, because you're good of heart with a free spirit. You're more like, I'm good of heart, but like, I want things to go my way. No matter the cost.
Good of heart, and she's kind of been fucked with a little too much, so she's just not having it. That's my take on Shiva.
My take on Shiva is, she's good at heart. She needs to stop trying to save everyone, and sometimes it's just better to let it go and stop holding that dumbass grudge.
Let it go.
Oh my god, get out of here with that.
No.
He is right. He is right.
I don't need to be remembered to let it go.
Anyway.
Show.
Anyway, Red, you don't want to get your video copyright claimed by Disney. I'm just saying they would do it too.
Copyright claimed if I'm doing my own rendition and not using any of their assets at all.
I don't know. Disney's pretty over the top with their stuff. I'm just saying you don't want your one viewer to turn out to be Disney and then be like, "I was waiting for this moment." Anyway.
Maybe she should go through an alignment change.
Anyway.
Let's get down to business.
Let's get down to business. If you're
All right.
I knew this was gonna happen too. As soon as you said that. Okay. So, if you're going to the plane of neutrality, by what method are you choosing to travel there? I'm quite
Rubik's
curious.
Cube.
That's not one of the sides of the cube, so that's out.
But what
Well,
if it's the
actually
core
going,
of
though?
the cube?
I can make. If I have a little bit of time, I can have plane shift prepared.
I
I already have it prepared.
But don't you need to have a reference point in order to use plane shift? Otherwise, it just...
Tuning fork attuned to the plane, so a neutral tuning fork.
I think we got like Corbel's like medallion.
The amulet of neutrality? Yes, you have that.
So I'll tap the tuning fork with it. Huh. Sounds very...
Flat.
blah. It sounds very flat.
Yeah. Anyway, it does. It
Not
sounds
high
just
pitched, not low pitched.
No, yeah, exactly. Hey, I'm gonna jokingly say, think of the neutral planet from Futurama. That's it. That like those people. That's what you're about to encounter.
Tell my wife hello.
Hello. Yeah, exactly.
All I know is my gut says maybe.
Maybe. Yeah, exactly. Enough quotes, and I will grant inspiration.
Just don't think about it too hard.
Well, that's the only ones I got for now.
All right.
And
So
at the very moment, a whale appears from the sky.
What?
no. All right, you the Sildifix use plane shift then.
Yeah, I guess I will cast Plane Shift.
All right then. And with that, you guys are shifted to the plane of neutrality, where you are standing in literally just on a what looks like gray tile floor. Everything is gray. The air is kind of slightly gray. The lighting, it's not it's not like bright and it's not dark. It's just kind of gray.
Alright, now we gotta try and find the essence of neutrality.
Is it like an ooze or something?
I don't know. It's up to you guys to decide what you think the essence of neutrality is.
Are there any people here?
Yeah, actually, you do see people walking around.
Hold
None of
on,
them
they
have
would-
any hair. They have gray skin. They're wearing what looks like to be a burlap sacks, but they're gray.
Does Shiva know from her researcher background about what the essence of neutrality itself
No,
is?
not at all.
No.
Want to ask one of the brave people here?
Yeah, let's do that.
Somebody gonna say something?
Oh. Sorry,
Excuse me, sorry to interrupt.
Hi. Okay, yeah. One of them says, "Hello? You're not interrupting. I was just walking."
We are looking for the essence of neutrality. Do you, or perhaps someone you know anything about that?
Maybe.
You can
And
see her
then-
just like pinch the bridge of her nose. She just knows this is gonna be the whole thing.
Of course.
Yeah, so he just says the word maybe.
So he's telling us maybe he knows someone who knows where, or he knows where?
His answer to your question was maybe.
So, do you know?
Can you give us a rough direction?
And he looks around for a while, and then eventually he says, "That way," and he sticks his finger out, and he moves it in 180-degree range.
Okay, so we've eliminated that half of the plane.
Yo, do you know a good shop around it? Like a kind of mid shop? What's a
And he
what's
says-
a very neutral shop?
He points in the exact opposite direction he just pointed. 180 degrees.
I see. I pick up what you're putting down. All right, we need a clerk.
We
Does
didn't
anyone
bring
know? Does anyone know the magic for the Wayfinder?
No.
Nope.
Okay. We're gonna be. Yeah, this is gonna be fucking.
So you're thinking you should use Find the Path.
Yeah, I'm thinking that's probably gonna be our best bet because I think at this point it's not gonna go well because they're gonna give us very neutral answers for everything.
Oh, I will say you do notice that this guy, as he's not really talking to you much, you see him pull out what looks like just a gray blob. Doesn't quite look like liquid or solid, and he starts to eat it.
Neutral.
Hey, what's that?
It's food.
How does it taste?
You're not gonna like it.
Tastes neutral.
It's gonna be very lukewarm.
No, it's probably gonna taste like nothing, to be honest, because that's the most neutral you can be.
He offers it to you.
That's it.
Sildefix will take a taste.
It tastes like literally nothing.
Hmm. Basically just gelatin.
Except for it doesn't quite have that consistency.
I think it's just like it'd be like eating cornstarch with no flavor,
Yeah, pretty much. That's exactly what it's like.
like a ball of cornstarch.
Yeah.
It'd be kind of like liquidy.
It's almost like it's just
It'd be
completely
solid when you
neutral
bite it.
and has nothing to do. Has nothing. Yeah.
So shark fin.
I have a question.
Mhm.
If I can an essence of neutrality emit some sort of magic from it?
Who knows? That's a good question.
You know what this reminds me of? That "Hi, I'm normal" SpongeBob thing.
Yeah.
I got a feeling that if we splash it against someone that's chaotic, evil, or any of the other three extremes, it just mellows them out.
I don't think so.
Nah.
I think it just goes 180. I think you just go from like 1 to 100 very, very quickly.
Anyway.
So I'm thinking maybe try an Eldritch Sight to see like if there's anything out from this blob.
Sure, absolutely. You do see magic coming off of that. Every single school at once. Mixed into a almost looks gray.
Is there more of this? Or is this the only one?
You see he's already eating another one.
Why do I feel like this is what we came here for?
Yeah, that's what I
Literally just the food.
And then you just see him reach his hand out in the air, and he just like moves his hand, and like he ends up with some of that stuff in his hand.
Oh yeah, no, just right out of the ether. So yeah, I think this is it.
Okay.
Sildefix will try to copy the motion to see if she can grab some.
Oh, you can. As soon as you start to move your hand through it, you kind of feel like there's something there, but not quite. But it's in your hand. Doesn't have really much of a texture, but you can see it there.
Now, question: how much do we need?
We don't know if this is it though.
I say grab as much as you can.
I mean,
and if
it
you got
literally
extra,
it literally came out of the ether, so
I say
it
this
makes
is the stuff
sense.
we're looking for. We grab as much as we can, and any extra we can use for other
it's
stuff.
not really an orb though, right?
No, it's the essence of neutrality, and this is coming from neutrality. It makes sense.
Whatever.
It's the neutral plane. It's everywhere.
And
It's not in any one definite place.
I think we should leave before it starts affecting us.
Like, can I have a wisdom save from anyone who isn't neutral, please?
God damn it.
Is
Hi, how are
neutral
you?
good considered not neutral?
You get neutral in there, so.
I think
You're right. Yeah, you're right.
Oh,
yeah.
you're right. You're not neutral, are you?
Who actually isn't neutral at all?
Shiva Kanea isn't. I didn't bring Katie. with
Actually,
me.
let me clarify. Anyone who isn't true neutral. So I guess that's
Okay.
all of you.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
What is
Thinking
it?
about it.
Wisdom save?
Wisdom save.
I am lucking that one.
I'm gonna use my Tides of Chaos for that to give myself advantage. That 15 is so bad.
What's our threshold here?
11.
Okay.
Ooh, thank God.
Yeah, 7 would not have.
Luck Blade! Damn it!
So,
Just get good.
we could check. It's not like we can't. We've got 2 weeks. It's not like we can't come back if this isn't it.
Oh,
Wow.
There you go. Anthos is fine. But Kanea, yeah, you're getting a point of exhaustion as it feels weird on this plane. Like you're being pulled into the plane, like all around you. And you feel odd.
Guys, I feel weird.
Yeah.
Okay. Looks like about time to go home.
Yeah. By the way, above Cable, you guys ended up in the dead center of this plane, the most true neutral spot when you use that thing.
Oh.
Of
That's
course.
why there's nothing. Yeah. That's why it's like a gray tile floor and nothing.
I mean,
Is it even tiled? Isn't it just
No.
like flat and gray?
Yeah, it's just flat and gray. It really, yeah. There's literally nothing. As you go further away from the center, you'll actually see definition.
it makes perfect sense. That's where we'd arrive by random chance in the neutral plane.
Well, you did use the amulet of true neutrality, so that's where you end up.
All right. I'm gonna blow my 8th level spell to plane shift us back.
Oh, all right then.
Can we make sure we collect enough? Like, probably everybody collect a jar of this neutrality goo first before we go.
I mean, how much did we get so far?
Like a jar.
How much have we gathered?
That's up to honestly, you can gather as much as you want. Like you literally pull it out of the air. So
Yeah.
you tell me how much you want, and that's how much you have.
Carter, it wants to get a gallon of the stuff for himself, or for
Okay, sure. You gather a gallon of whatever this stuff is.
You gonna try to sell the essence of neutrality?
No, I plan to make all kinds of other tools for us.
Or, study it.
I mean,
Or
okay.
we can mix it into other things like potions if we need to make some kind of like distilling of it. Sorry, like a
Actually,
diluting
that
of
is
it.
a thought. If this is added to a potion, will it remove flavor?
We'll
I don't know, maybe.
find out.
There's only one way to find out. Yeah. You've got potions on you, healing potions. I'll remind you, they don't taste good.
I will.
I think I said they taste like raw broccoli. Which I mean, some people
I
like.
will try to put some into a potion vial and sort of swish it around. And
Now it's got gray blotches in it now, and eventually the entire potion turns gray.
all right, well,
Bottoms up.
Bottoms up, and Zeldafix will give it a try.
Doesn't taste like anything anymore.
So
Okay.
Does Silifix feel any better?
Does it still feel like it's magical?
No.
Okay, so we've just found a way to completely demagic a potion.
But does it demagic other things?
I mean, we can experiment. Okay, fine. Zeldafix will just, grab her bag of holding and she'll just try and scoop armfuls of neutrality in there.
I was just imagining her just
Because I'm sure that won't have any effect at all on the things inside there.
I was just imagining Silifix have the bag open, run around in circles, like she's collecting the wind.
Sorry, I thought we're out of the neutral plane.
Not yet.
No, we were just establishing
Just
how
about.
much stuff we were going to get.
Okay.
We're just about to leave before I pointed out, hey, we should get enough.
Zeldafix is going to experiment with it later.
Yeah, if you want different tasting potions, you could just ask. Because I could just do that.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
Mostly I was thinking about the Kool-Aid. Turning it into something more palatable so people won't realize they're taking it.
But if it demagics the potion, it kind of defeats the potion.
Yeah, but it might also demagic other things.
Like cursed potions. Or cursed objects.
Or perhaps
Or
an
traps.
antler. Or perhaps a certain antler.
Yeah.
Oh,
We'll find out.
All right, you guys return from that plane. And by the way, when you cast plane shift, for a second it looks like it's not working, but then it eventually does work.
Okay.
I
Only,
hate that uncertain plane.
yeah. However, I will say, unlike with the regular portal, this one is exactly perfectly a cube.
A plain old boring cube that you step into.
Of course.
Yeah,
A neutral cube.
yeah.
Okay, so that we get home.
Well, that
Oh.
was
You
an
do.
experience.
I guess it's Storm Giant.
Oh, Kinea, you feel a lot better, by the way.
Oh. Oh, that's good.
Do we wait for Kinea to rest?
Do I still
Well,
have the exhaustion?
You do have the exhaustion. You just don't feel like that weird feeling now, but you still have exhaustion.
Doesn't feel like
my-
you're swimming in something.
Yeah.
No, I feel fine, just tired.
I mean, if we take a day and then do Storm Giant, it's not like we don't have time.
We also have to find a storm giant.
And I can regain my higher level spells.
Assuming Siltifix actually sleeps.
She'll sleep.
Crosses arms, pouts a little. Final sleep.
I agree.
Yeah. When Siltifix sneaks over the library to look at it, she finds that it's now been taped off and says there's a sign that says no entry for maintenance. That means you, Siltifix.
Is there a painted sign of Sildifix with a big X across it?
Yes.
We know who the artist behind this.
Do you? Because I don't think you do.
Didn't Carter buy a bunch of no Carter signs off of
Yeah.
him?
She did.
Yes,
Yeah.
but that's not the artist who made this. He only made
Oh,
those no
okay.
Carter signs because of Carter's actions.
Okay.
You want to blame it yourself.
Yeah.
Nope, I can blame him. But, you know what?
Fine,
I'm not
I'll
gonna let
get
it stop
more
me.
sleep.
Yeah,
I'm the
Siltifix,
person with
as you go to sleep, you
accountability.
pass every imp you pass by on your way to your room claps because you're going to go to sleep.
She's the empire herself. So proud.
Yep. All right, you guys rest until the next day, and then you have to figure out how you're going to find a storm giant.
Can
Well, we...
since before everyone's going to basically end off the day, Carter's going to take his portion of what he thinks is essence and double check it with Breezy. Make sure that this is the right stuff.
Okay. And
Probably a good call.
yeah, and when Breezy touches it, she says, "I literally feel nothing.
So
I see nothing,"
So that's probably it.
Yeah.
which is a literal first for her.
No, no, we got plenty if you need some.
Are you gonna tell her that we could probably use that to maybe neutralize the antler if that works?
Yeah, we'll test it out later.
well,
She says she
that's-
doesn't need it, but that's the first thing she's ever touched where she literally feels nothing and sees nothing. Not how you got it, not where it came from, nothing.
Well, we got this from the neutral plane, and we were told we needed some essence of neutrality in order to make one of the big weapons for your end game plan. So, this is what we found. I just wanted to see if this is the right thing, or if we need to head back.
Breezy says, "I think you found the right thing."
Excellent. We'll see how much we need, and then the rest of it, you can certainly ask for some. If you got
She
any
says, "Well, it
ideas.
doesn't do me any good. It doesn't serve any purpose for me." But she is kind of rubbing it in her fingers. She's like, weird.
I mean, if you need some time to relax, you can certainly isolate your senses with some of this.
Just like full sensory depth chamber. Floating this stuff.
She says, "So that won't be necessary."
Okay. Just an idea. You know. As he's leaving, give Kern a nod as he's walking out the door.
Yeah, as always, he's not happy to see you.
As he usually is.
Yeah.
After we deal with Storm Giant, Fix is going to do some testing with some like low grade cursed items and things.
Sure.
Carter's going to just like experiment a little bit with the essence and a bottle of Death Tango tequila.
Okay.
Just to see
We'll get
the
to
effects it has against magical objects.
We'll get to the experimentation with that stuff later. But for now, you'll have to sort out how you're going to find that storm giant.
I mean, we practically have a lot of giants in our yard. We probably ask them if they know any storm giants or know where they could be.
We can
Al,
also
if you
ask
want
Jimmy the Hand.
Yeah, he's not likely to know about this. But those giants, it's a great idea.
Okay, so Kaneo will be one to ask them.
Sure, that makes sense. You speak giant, so.
Yep.
All right, what do you
Don't
say?
be rude about it. Don't like go in assuming all giants know each other.
I just basically, I guess I go say one of the giants like, "Hi, so we're looking for storm giant, and I'm wondering if you know where they could be."
And one of the fire giants says, either at the bottom of the ocean or up high in the sky.
Bottom of ocean, high up in the sky. Oh.
Yeah, they live by themselves. Weirdos. They don't participate in the ordering. They do nothing. They just... Yeah, they're weird.
Well, that's hard to find if they're like at bottom or on the very top. Like,
Well, you could take the airship up.
that is true, but sky is very, very massive.
Yeah, we gotta look. We gotta narrow that down to what part of sky.
He says, I don't have much more to tell you. They're solitary. They like to philosophize all by themselves. And watch the mortals live their lives.
You know, I did once pass by floating island with clams. Maybe that's where they could be.
Maybe. Well, where are we going to track down a flying island of clams?
Oh, that was like back at West Continent, but well, actually, that was around the time when I met Cole's uncle.
Huh.
But then again, I haven't gone to that island, so I don't know if Big Storm Giant would be on island.
Here's an idea. What if we got you a stone of scrying?
Won't I have to know won't I have to know of a storm giant to find?
Yep.
But if you're wondering whether or not there's a storm giant on the Clam Island, you know the Clam Island.
Yeah, that's not. It is a person.
Actually, I think you can scry on a location, actually.
Oh.
Let me just double check that, but I'm pretty sure you can scry on a specific... Hang on.
Or a creature, right?
No, it's just a creature. I take it back.
Yeah.
Clams are creatures.
Oh, no, it says instead of a creature, you can choose a location. You were right, yep.
Okay. Well, I don't know how to do scry. I had to use scroll. Maybe one of you guys can scry.
But you're the one that has seen the thing. You'll have the most likely chance to actually find it in the scry.
I guess, but do you have scry?
Jeeves, have we got any more scrying scrolls in the treasury?
And he says, no we don't, but I can probably arrange to purchase one. There's
I
that
don't know.
new
I
scroll
think
shop in town.
maybe I saw a book. Maybe I saw a copy of this Encyclopedia Gigantica in the library.
I definitely remember also at some point somebody finding the actual monster manual. I don't remember who that was. You do have that too. Anyway.
I guess we can try. Yeah, we can try.
Surprisingly, the Encyclopedia Gigantica is pretty small.
You know, they have like Cole's Guide to Monsters.
I think you did get that. But anyway, Jeeves just goes and buys you one of those scrolls. The scroll is crying.
Okay.
There's a scroll shop, scrolls and more scrolls.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, then I guess Kaneo will try to scry on a flying clam.
Island? Yeah, let me think. Because technically, yeah, I guess if you're doing it on the island, there is no wisdom save, it just works.
Okay.
Because the island can't resist. Because,
Okay.
it's an island.
It's not alive.
It's not alive.
Okay. So, do I see anything on island, or
Absolutely, you do see something on the island.
what do I see?
And for one thing, you see those clams, and then you notice that the clams are arranged perfectly, like they're in a field.
Okay.
But that's it.
That's it?
Yeah. Like perfectly arranged.
Well,
But that's it.
That didn't work out. I still don't know if there's storm giant there.
Well, that means the likelihood there might not be one there.
Hmm. Well then, honestly, the only time we've met that storm giant was the one time we were in those tunnels, and then I think Kopaka like massacred it.
Yep.
Oh, I'm kind of stumped now.
Well, you could always go back and try to check out that location.
Oh, it's gonna take us weeks.
Well, it depends how you want to go there. If you want to take the airship, sure.
I mean, are there closer teleportation?
No, but I'll see if you guys can remember how you got back faster than that.
Drag. Are we gonna have to ask Drag for a ride? Hmm. I mean, like, okay, we could still take the airship, but there's also Cole's uncle who probably asked to give us a ride, but...
And also try to teleport there.
Oh, yeah, well, yeah, teleport could work.
I mean, there's a good chance you might fail, in which case you could end up somewhere really out in the middle of the sky, out in the nowhere. So, so, yeah.
What do you guys think? Airship, teleport, or Dragon Express?
Teleport sounds faster. Then dragon sounds more adventurous.
Probably have to, like, if we're gonna use Cole's uncle, probably have to, like, bribe him with some gold or something.
Maybe.
Uh, so all in favor of dragon?
Yeah, I think dragon.
Okay.
That's the play.
All right, then. You go to visit Drag, and the first thing you notice when you get into his cave, that his treasure hoard is like 3 or 4 times larger than it was when you last saw him. Also, he's snoring away, half buried in his gold.
A gentle knock.
You knock on the side of his cave.
Yeah.
Essentially.
He does not stir.
Slightly louder knock.
Eventually, he like opens one eye and looks at you. I'd like
Wave
you
at the eye.
You could definitely like, yeah, and then he just closes the eye.
Louder knock.
This time he like lifts up his head and he's like, "What? Can't you see a guy's trying to sleep here? Enjoy my gold?"
We need ride to floating island at the west continent, please.
He's like, "What do I look like?
A
Carrier service?"
a big, powerful dragon who can easily pull small airships along.
He's like, "You're asking me to pull an airship?"
Or just fly us. I don't know. I don't actually understand what this plan is.
He's like, "Why should I? What's in it for me?"
Don't look at me. I'm not the negotiator.
Kanea's thinking of probably giving her gold.
I don't think there's a good negotiator here.
Nope.
Yeah, but see, I don't understand you guys' finances enough to make an offer.
I don't understand it enough either.
You'll be remembered as a hero for helping save the world.
He says, "I can't hoard that."
I mean, I could write it in a book.
He says, "No, no, no. I need something that I can add to my pile. Something shiny and gold. Or magical."
And do I still have that trident that I got? The magic trident?
I guess so.
Oh, do you want the Staff of Fire?
When you say that, he's like, "Oh, I like fire."
You sure, Kieran?
Yeah. Anyway, you want the Staff of Fire?
He says, "Oh, if you're offering it, it's acceptable." He says, "With this,
Yeah.
I will take you to that island."
Easy. Alright.
Alright, then he takes it and he puts it in his pile. And he stands up, and you can see he's almost like stretching his neck. And he slowly walks past you out of the cave.
Let's go.
And he says, "Hurry up! Hopefully this won't take too many days."
Alright, shop on.
Yeah, alright.
Kaneo will describe exactly what that island looks like. The one with the flying clams.
And he's like, "Oh, I know that island. I had a snack while I was there."
Do you know that there's any other creatures aside from giant flying clams?
He said, "Well, there was this guy with a beard, but I ate him."
I hope that's not giant.
He says he wasn't very big to me.
Well, by definition, not a lot of things are very big compared to you.
And then, without further ado, he just kind of lifts off and starts going full speed. And everybody roll a strength check.
Oh,
That's unfortunate.
Yes.
Sombra.
Straight train.
Oh, that's a save. A check, strength check.
Well, check.
Oh, come on!
Solidifix is not
Fuck.
made for this.
Fucking goddamn it!
Alan.
Does Kanea get advantage for being a giant on strength
Maybe he can-
checks?
What do you guys do?
We're riding on a dragon.
No,
Well, this is not gonna go well for me.
I mean, it can't be anywhere.
Are the strength saving throws or strength checks?
Strength
Check.
check.
Well, it's a point one.
everyone but Kieran and Carter, as soon as he takes off, you immediately fall off, and you, as you're falling to the ground, you see him, you hear a, and you see his claw comes by and just sweeps you guys out of the air. And he's like, seriously, you can't even hold on? Like,
I want to strike in this group.
Well, I mean, would
you're
I'm a
barbarian!
scholar.
In defense, I should have raged.
having like some kind of a backpack for you with a bunch of seats for us and a couple of belts to
He
strap
said,
us down help?
he interrupts you by saying, you're not putting a saddle on me.
I didn't say a saddle. I
It's
said
a
a
saddle.
backpack
It's a saddle.
That's a saddle.
that functions like a saddle.
It's
Yeah,
a
he said-
No,
saddle.
it's literally a saddle.
He says, you're not putting a saddle on me. And then he starts to just fly. And he puts you back on his back. And hopefully you don't fall off again. I guess we'll see. And he flies continuously for the next couple days until he gets back to the general area. And then he's like, it's around here somewhere. He's like, and then you see him like start smelling around. He's like, and he's like, oh, there it is. I can smell those clams. And he flies you towards the clam, and eventually you get to the clam island. And he says, all right, here you go. Get off. I took you here.
All right.
Huh. I don't suppose there's like a wall or something that we can prop a mirror against.
What?
Dude,
I heard
we
something
don't
about
even know if the giants are here.
I was talking about the clams. I
Why
was
do
told
we
that you had
want
a
a
collection.
flying clam?
I heard it was part of a collection that you guys were building.
I mean, we
Yeah.
are building a collection.
I mean, it would be interesting to discover their nature of their flight mechanism.
Would
It's
be
wings. It's
interesting.
tiny white wings.
Oh, I guess that answers that.
So impressive.
Oh, no.
They're flying.
With that much mass, the power
Please,
to weight
no.
ratio is
I don't need the B movie.
Oh god.
Oh, and by the way, after you've been disembarked, Drag starts to fly away.
We got the teleportation spell, it's fine.
Yeah, well, if you think back to what I said when he agreed to it, he agreed to take you there, not to bring you back.
It's fine, we can teleport back.
Yeah.
So now we're on the island, what does it look like exactly?
Okay, so it's a small island, maybe the size of like a grocery store, so it's not that big. And it's basically one giant field, and inside that field they're just clams.
Nothing else?
Nothing else. However, it does look like it's somehow been cared for impeccably. The clams are perfectly ordered and everything.
Carter wants to try to set up the... Actually, he's going to see if he can hang the mirror on Kanea's neck.
What?
Can he use Kanea as a
Why?
wall to capture one of the clams for the clam collection? Because it says that you need to have the mirror hung on the wall or something.
Do I look like Walt to you, Carter? What the hell?
Big, strong lady like yourself.
Yeah, no, she's like, I mean, she may
Hard,
be
penetrable
built
wall.
like a brick house, but
She's distinctly not one. No, you can't do that.
Pooh. I don't suppose anyone has some kind of move earth or something to just make a temporary wall so I can hang up the mirror and use it for a split second.
We are not using the Earthstone for that.
Oh, come on, it'll be fun.
I think the only reason we collected clams was one to get to the interdimensional plane for that clam, and two, Sombra just wanted the pearls. That's it.
And so, more pearl from fancy winged clams.
Say, roll a D100 for me. There are no pearls. There's, in fact, a distinct lack of pearls completely.
Either way, a flying clam, pretty cool.
Can
Would
we
look
talk
great
to
on
the clams?
No, let's get a clam.
You see, I'm not the only one who wants to get a clam.
Anyone know the spell Speak with Clam?
Does speak with animal not work?
No, it works. I'm joking.
Okay. Maybe ask one of the clams, like, I mean, who takes care of the island? Maybe we'll find out.
Okay. Are they in earshot?
Yep.
I'll just ask. I will just yes ask.
One of the clam flies over towards Kieran and says, "Oh yeah, there's somebody who looks after us."
Is he on the island?
And he says, "Oh no, he lives on an island like a 5-minute flight." And he turns and he points north of here. Yeah.
Key point.
The weird tongue thing that comes out of the clam?
Yeah, I guess. I don't know. He somehow gestures in a direction.
Yeah, that weird tongue thing that comes out of a clam. It's actually a foot.
Arm? Oh, it's foot.
Yeah. Anyway, so he says, "Yeah, there's a guy. He lives out there. Pretty big too.
How big?
Way bigger than that lady." And he points at Kanea.
Hello.
Though we haven't seen him in a while.
Well, thank you for the information.
Mm-hmm.
So,
I swear if we go through this whole thing and the guy got eaten by a dragon.
so our man's over there. Let's
Maybe
go over there.
you should ask the clam how long ago has it seen this person?
Now let's just go investigate. Gate over there.
Alright.
It's the worst that could happen.
I guess flying carpet.
We find an angry storm giant ready to knock us out the air. Could be a worse thing that happens. Who knows?
You
Let's
fly
go.
there on the carpet of flying, and when you get there, you see a half burned down house on a cloud.
Ah, shit.
Oof.
No.
I got bad feel. Investigation time.
Yeah, as you approach the island, the front door bursts open, and a giant strolls out, and he's like, "Oh my god, I knew it! The prophecy's true!"
What prophecy?
What?
He's like, "The one I made up!"
What?
That said, when the end of days came, a bunch of heroes would come to my door and demand my heart. I knew it. I saw it in the stars.
Oh shit! Wait,
Huh.
wait. Are you a storm giant?
He's like, I am. And I know the end of days came because the dragon came and burned down my house and ate my brother.
That is unfortunate. I'm sorry for your loss.
He's like, so I knew it. I saw it in the sky. I knew it. I warned my brother that a dragon was going to eat him. And he said no, it was going to be that it ate me. But there you go. I was right.
So,
What you gonna do now?
hello. Hi.
Well, he says, I read in the stars that one way or the other you're going to end up taking my heart. So, I guess that's yours. I don't need it.
Wait, what do you mean you don't need it?
He's like, well, I've already seen that the end of days is here, so what am I going to do? Stick
Also
around
got an
for that
alternate
shit?
solution.
I mean, the whole point of getting it is to prevent the end of days, but
Yeah.
You could defy the fate.
He's like, no, I don't do that.
Have you got an alternate solution as to what other Storm Giant hearts we can probably grab? Do you think we can probably get it out of other
could it maybe be metaphorical
dragons?
heart? Have you ever considered going on a date?
He's like, my kind isn't really like that.
And where do more of you come from?
He says, very, very rare and infrequent breeding.
Interesting.
No, I
Well,
kinda
unless you
feel
got a
bad.
suggestion as to any other Storm Giants that would probably be better not to still have their heart.
And he says, honestly, I don't know where there are any other storm giants. And we're not due to meet for another 333 years.
Any idea what the timeline for the end of days is? Just out of curiosity.
And he's like, nope, I just know it's coming. He says, reading stars is pretty hard,
Hey,
Not
I've
so-
got an idea.
What?
We have on our disposal the ability to clone.
Wait, do you want us to clone Giant?
That'd take really
I mean,
long.
It's
That would
certainly
take
better.
quite a large magical vessel to store the clone in.
I mean, it'll certainly take a lot of pressure off of our decision in trying to take this Storm Giant's heart, right?
If we take this heart, can we revive him?
Ah.
I don't
Would
think
it
you can
grow into a
revive
heart?
something without the heart in
Let
place.
me just check.
Let me check the Revivify spell. Hang on.
Would it regrow a lost heart like that? On the Toido?
Can't return a life of a creature that's died of old age, nor can it restore any missing body parts.
That's Revivify, but he's talking about Regenerate.
Oh.
Based on Regenerate, I think it would. It says, and so on. I guess it's up to me to determine if a heart counts as and so on, and I guess it does.
I think so.
Sure.
So a combination of revivify and regenerate to regrow the heart and bring him back to
Or
life.
to perform open heart surgery and take
Oh,
his
yeah.
heart.
He'll be alive for a little bit after his heart's gone.
I mean, if we chill his brain enough,
Well,
He might be.
his blood oxygen level should remain.
Well, the
Neutral?
thing is,
Nobody knows about blood oxygen levels. Sure.
well, the
She
thing
does.
is, if he died like
She has
after
studied a lot of corpses.
Yep.
This is ridiculous, but sure, you guys. He's like, sure, whatever you want to do. Like, he's fine with it. He was prepared to just give you his heart, so.
Yeah,
How
you pretty
long
much
does
forget
the regeneration spell last?
a while?
Yeah.
Like a
Like,
minute or two at least.
does it take a while to like?
It lasts for an hour. The duration is an hour.
So you cast it first, we do operation, and then just let it heal up before we actually, yeah. Let it heal up a little bit and then use the Revivify to pick it back up.
According to the spell, it has to be a creature that has died within the last minute.
And it will die as soon as you remove the heart, but not before then.
So timing is everything.
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, we're gonna need one hell of a rib spreader.
I mean,
He says, I can rip my own chest open.
Ugh.
Yeah.
Oh, that's just uncomfortable even for me.
Yeah, same.
Well, he's like, oh, you want to do it? Okay, I don't mind.
I mean, what we're planning to do here is pretty risky, for one.
My workout.
Morally dubious.
We're trying to steal a heart. It was never going to be more moral at all.
I was kind of hoping he'd be an asshole.
No, he's just really excited to die for some reason.
He's like, because I saw it in a prophecy.
Yes, yes, we know.
The prophecy.
I'd rather he
the only
live.
thing that, the only thing that matters.
I don't want him to die, so I'm trying to think of something.
Okay,
I could reincarnate him.
He's like, I'd be up for that. Maybe I'll come back as something really interesting. Like a cloud giant.
Yeah.
Or a fire giant.
I mean, we can still try to do the regenerate.
Watch him come back as a gnome.
Like, we can still do regenerate because, like, the casting time is a minute, right, for that spell.
Generate? It's not that long.
Okay.
Regenerate is a minute to cast.
Yeah.
Okay, so like couple sec. Okay, so then once that casting's done, I can immediately revivify him.
I have a spell. Oddly enough, I didn't plan to take it today. I could. I could use Gentle Repose. Because Gentle Repose pauses that timer for the Revivify.
Yeah, it does.
We could pause the timer while we grow a heart.
Yep.
Okay, how long does the Gentle Repose last again?
10 days, if I remember.
Yep.
Okay.
It's just a matter of it's definitely been a couple days, so I could have taken it. However, DM, it's your ruling on whether that's a little too meta.
That's fine, I'll allow it.
Okay.
Okay, so...
Alright, even if all fails, I can use reincarnate.
Okay.
You don't need
I will admit I'd like to see reincarnate actually get used, so maybe I won't actually let you use Gentle Repose if you didn't prepare it. I changed my mind.
Fine.
He's just gonna have a new body.
Okay.
Alright then. He rips out his own heart and hands it to you.
Oh, that was sudden. I really thought there would be more. I really thought there would be more
There's
of
still
a
a lot of
ceremony
blood.
to that.
There's
Still a lot of blood.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
I
And he
take
falls
the
over
heart.
dead.
The heart.
Also, it's huge, by the way.
Alright.
It'll be warm and gross.
Yep.
Bag of holding or whatever.
Can I get my blue chubby dragon to carry around the heart for us? Plus
Put it in a
4
bag of
strength.
holding.
Gaming. Could take a while.
I have a different table. So
Oh,
free to
boy.
roll a D. Ocelot roll a D100, and I will tell you because I've got a much more expanded table with all the races in it.
This is
Nice.
gonna be hilarious.
Yeah. What is that? What do we get here?
15.
15. All right. A 15 is. Okay. A 15 is a Warforged.
Huh.
That's different.
How
Yeah.
did that happen?
I don't know.
Does it like just form fully as a?
Yes. Just kind of.
Is he still huge?
I will say that the giant's body shifts into the magic and disappears, and what comes out is a gargantuan, gigantic Warforged. And
Interesting.
he's like, and you see him speak in slightly robotic voice. He's like, "Huh, I guess I didn't need that heart after all."
Fascinating.
Heart
So-
of steel
It
now.
looks like giant robot.
He says, "I think I am a giant robot. Hey, that means I'll live for even longer now. Now I can philosophize and get prophecies forever. Perfect."
Yeah.
Do you want to maybe help with the whole end of days thing?
He's like, "Oh no."
So what
Think
other
we're better
prophecies
off
have you
with the
had?
other.
He's like, "Oh well, so far it was just that one. I've been working on it for the last 300 years."
It's gonna be a while till he gets this next one.
Yeah. He says it's a finicky thing. And it's all the harder because now I can't talk to my brother about it.
Yeah, unfortunately, eaten by dragon is not something we can fix.
Hey, I bet a dragon won't eat me, though. And he taps
I
his chest.
mean, yeah, unless you're like really low on iron.
I don't think
He's like, "I'm
dragons
40%
like
iron." Sorry. Anyway, so there you go.
yeah.
That was neat.
Yeah.
Alright then. He says, "Well, thanks.
You're welcome.
Enjoy the heart."
Whose bag of holding we put the heart in, by the way?
I think Carter grabbed it.
Okay.
So it's his responsibility now.
I don't have a bag of holding.
But I guess you're gonna have your dragon carry it.
Yeah, I guess Bluey's carrying the heart.
Okay.
Nice, keeping it all nice.
Don't disturb
Yep.
people when they see it.
Okay, so I guess we just teleport home.
That's the weirdest
Alright.
thing.
Dagoth, if you will, teleport?
Yes. Hold on. Teleport. Teleport. There we go.
Yeah, well, you're going to a permanent circle that you know about, so there's no chance of mishaps. You just teleport there. And you get back home. Giant heart in hand. And it's still kind of boom, 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 beating slightly.
Anyways, I'm gonna go replace those materials that I lost for that.
Yeah,
Oh, you have a reincarnate.
awesome. I love the expanded reincarnate table. It's got, like, everything in here.
I will use it again. Swear to God.
No, it's got a lot of stuff.
Alright, and that's all from the list.
I guess so.
It's just time.
Yep. So how much time do we have left? I know it's I mean like timeline wise until the potions are ready.
Well, I guess that was only a few days, so you guys can goof around for whatever the rest of you're doing.
Well, I guess now it's for the experimentation.
I shall
Sure.
experiment as well. Perhaps into the clone.
Who are you going to clone this time?
Good question.
I'm gonna make
Gonna
more
clone the entire
flavors
fucking
of
party.
healing potions.
I am going to try and use some of the essence of neutrality
Mm-hmm.
to see its decursifying and disenchanting effects.
Suffice to say, it doesn't seem. I'll save you the trouble of anything too crazy. It only seems to work when it can straight up mix into something. So like a potion. So if
Okay.
you like smear it on stuff, it doesn't do anything.
Mm-hmm. So you can't just.
No, it seems like it has to basically dissolve into something to render it mundane.
Okay. I mean, still potentially useful.
Oh yeah, for sure.
But not for what I was hoping. Chow down on an antler and, bit of neutrality chaser.
Sure. I get that's
Yeah,
what you're putting up.
while Carter was experimenting with the Death's Tango and the essences of neutrality, he would have double checked to see if it would knock out the Tango with Death part of Death Tango.
It does everything. It makes it taste like nothing, the drink. Renders it non-alcoholic, non-flavorful.
So does it taste like water?
So if you took a shot and then took
no,
a shot
water has a taste. This tastes like nothing.
So you took a shot of Death Tango and then took a shot of neutrality.
Oh, that does nothing. If you mix it together, though, it renders it mundane.
So it doesn't act as
I wonder if there's a specific ratio of one to the other.
Carter's probably already experimented with that too, since he had a whole bottle to experiment with.
The ratio seems to be until it starts to turn gray.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah, but I was looking. Well, I guess hard numbers wouldn't come into it because it's neutrality.
Mm-hmm.
It'll sometimes turn gray in a single drop. Sometimes it
Although
turns
you'd
gray
think
in
something like 50%.
or 5. Although I'm not sure if we should do 5 because that seems to be right out.
It does seem like it's about half the volume or something, but not always.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, eventually everything that you mix it with starts to turn gray, and that's when, yeah.
Well, still potentially useful for something. Just haven't thought of it yet. Okay, next problem. Okay, so we're going to need the actual orb to distribute and administer the potion of Kool-Aid.
Mm-hmm.
Which scanning? How is training the crew of the airship to sail on their own going?
Oh, that's fine. They can figure it. They can figure it out. Over 2 weeks, they're smart enough that they can figure out how to not crash the thing.
Nice.
The next part of that equation is how are they going to find us?
Do we have a flare rod?
I mean, that would require them to be nearby already. This island could be anywhere in, apparently, the ocean. So what we should probably do...
I don't suppose we'd be able to use the good old shift to plane.
I was thinking more along the lines of getting another scrying scroll for the crew. Or something.
Question. Above table. when
Actually,
someone is being scryed, do they know that they are being scryed?
Uh,
I think so.
let me just double check that.
it's only specific circumstances.
Yeah, I'm gonna say no. They don't normally. They might know, but like that's if they have some way of knowing. But by default, no, you don't know.
Actually,
Wait. It says a creature that can see invisible objects sees the sensor as a luminous orb and the size of your fist.
Yeah, but there's also ways of knowing a spell's being cast on you.
Yeah.
Alternatively, do we have some sort of like beacon object that they can use to track us? Can we commission some sort of beacon object?
Beacon object.
Yeah, like I don't know, something that we can hold on our, like one of us could hold on our person, and the others would be able, someone on the ship would be able to track it.
You mean with locate object, but a little longer range?
Yeah, something along those lines. But like something that's magically set up to be a beacon.
Off the top of my head, I don't think of anything that exists like that, but maybe you could commission something to be made, but it wouldn't be quick.
I mean,
We got a few days and a lot of money.
if you want like something for like the crew to let you know that, you could maybe have Katie be at the crew with the mind link.
Is that directional?
It's a good question. I actually haven't thought about it.
It really is like basically what I'm trying to say is like a tracking device, but magic and intentional. Locator beacon.
Case, I don't think that's how the. Unless like Shiva tells through Katie, like her coordinates. I guess.
I don't suppose a very powerful locate object would work.
I mean,
if they can locate, say,
if we have visual on the stars, we could try to do a, like we could use celestial navigation and try to communicate that position to the crew.
Let's see the stars.
But yeah, that requires us A, to be able to see the stars, and B, to be able to communicate updates on our position, because our position will be moving.
This is tough. Honestly, I think maybe get like a scroll of locate object probably might be the best option. That or the magic beacon.
Well, okay, you have the potential to use your mind link.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know how to do any celestial navigation?
Well, Shiva's got keen mind.
Okay, so we could maybe like just read up on it.
Yeah.
We'll want to memorize stars on both hemispheres.
Yeah, I'm sure she'll be able to do it within a few weeks.
Alternatively, just in case you're somehow incapacitated, Do we have any sending stones?
We have the mind link rings, but that's the
Well, those are
main-
sending rings.
They're sending rings.
I could use one of those, and we can hand it to the crew. Or actually, I bet Kieran's probably the better person to handle that because he probably could do the celestial navigation better than me.
I guess.
In case we get separated, or you get captured, or otherwise are unable to communicate, we could do that with the. We could communicate to the crew, and then they could just track us by whatever we use for whenever we give them an update on our location, and then try to work on a beacon in the meantime.
Can we give one of our sending rings to the crew, Looney?
I mean, you can buy sending stones.
Oh, we can do sending
Let's get
stones.
let's get a stone.
Okay.
Let's give them a stone. We'll have a stone.
All
Mhm.
right.
And then we'll just update them day by day until they get there.
Mhm.
And in the meantime, I'm gonna still look into what we can try to get for some locate object kind of deal.
Yeah, well, so
Slash
scrolls of
beacon.
locate object are not exactly high-level magic and can be easily purchased. Now, getting a more powerful version of that's another story. Especially because it's not meant to work past 1,000 feet, which is not very far.
Yeah,
However, if
I
you
am
know
a
a wizard,
wizard.
I was going to say, you could try it, or if you know a crazy wizard who already messes around with magic, they might be able to help you out too.
Yeah.
You can try it
so
yourself.
cute, isn't it?
Please. Please.
Okay, I will make the trek over to Old Coot.
I
I'll
guess.
just do that on my own. I'm not gonna
Okay.
drag everyone else with.
Oh, man.
We're all
Alright.
working on different things for this incredibly complex plan that I'm sure won't go awry at all.
Alright. Well, alright then. You go to see Coot, and he's in his laboratory, and before you even reach there, you hear an explosion go off, and like a cloud of soot come down the hallway.
Of course. I'll sort of just walk through the smoke and just like get to the.
Yeah,
I'm assuming the door's been blown off the hinges,
Oh,
so just the door
100%.
frame.
Yeah, 100%.
And I'm just gonna knock on the door frame and like, you still alive in there?
And he's like, "Oh, is that Keith's friends? Is he there with you?"
No.
He's like, "Darn it. I'm ready to send him on his journey. Damn it."
I'm sure he is just brimming with excitement. I don't think I've actually met Keith.
No. Oh, actually, I think you've had.
You've met him once, actually.
Yeah.
Anyway, he says, "Well, if you're not here to have Keith on his adventure, what are you here for?" He says, "I'm very busy these days with my
Yeah.
experiments and stuff."
Well, it's the experiments I was hoping to ask about. Have you ever developed a spell for tracking an object at great distance?
He says, "Oh, sure. I made that for Keith's parents when he was a kid."
Oh, that's some helicopter parenting right there.
Well, he says, "I don't know if you know Keith, but he has a habit of getting himself into trouble. He's completely crazy. Honestly, I don't know how people can stand being around him. It's dangerous, and he's kind of a lunatic."
I'm sure you are an expert on that particular issue.
Anyway, he says, "So yeah, all you have to do is and he pulls out something, and it looks like basically a cup actually, and he's like, you take this, and you give one to the person you want to track, and then you use this, and you can find them wherever they go. You can also even talk to them and listen on them. Well, it's one
oh my
way
god,
though.
it's a cup and a string.
Yeah, but there's no string in the middle.
Well, no, there is a
Magic.
string. It's just cut. It looks like it's dangling.
No, it doesn't have a string at all. Anyway,
No.
so yeah,
okay.
he's like, you can basically just listen in on them. Yeah.
Okay, so is that a spell that I can copy from you, or do you have scrolls, or
He says, here, give me your spell book.
here, I'll give you this blank one
And he's
because I
like,
bought
wow.
a couple.
And he's like, all right, and he starts scribbling in it like crazy, like
Yeah, let's just
over
say
many,
I'm
many,
very
many
protective
pages.
of my spellbook, okay?
And he says, yeah, whatever. And he writes like 20 pages worth of shit in there. And he's like, there you go.
Oh god, is it more than just the spell I asked for? Did he give me a bunch of other crap?
Probably.
I'm gonna have to
Oh
go
my
through this
God.
at some point. I'm sure that won't come up at all in the future at all.
Or he just gave you some kind of a mind-destroying kryptonite.
What?
I mean, I'm definitely going to double check his, arcane mathematics on this before I tried casting any of these.
Anyway, he says, there you go. I've sorted you out. Also, tell
Alright.
Keith to come by later.
I will do that at the earliest possible convenience.
He says, all right then.
We'll
He
get
says,
the
close
hell-
the door. He says, close the door on your way out.
Yeah, I don't have the mending cantrip. I can't do that.
Wow.
Just
And as
pick up
you-
the door and
Actually, I
place
do
it.
have the mending cantrip. I'm just ignoring him, and I'm just going to mage hand the door up. So it'll fall over, like, instantly, but by then I'll be gone.
Right then, you prop precariously so that it looks like it's on the door.
And then book it.
You hear another explosion behind you as the door gets flung against the wall again.
See, that's why I don't waste spells. This is why you do not waste spells. And I will mutter to myself about this insane wizard as I get home.
Alright, so there you go.
We have all the pieces.
Now we just wait.
I mean, how many days are left, DM?
Let me think. I think about a week and a day or two after that, so like maybe 9 days. So if you guys have nothing else you want to do, you can hang around and just wait.
Well, that is all of the pieces I have in my head for planning. I will, of course, go over Coot's formulas before using this spell to create the objects of...
Roll an Arcana
Tracking.
check for me. That's pretty good. Actually, that's a 2.
I mean, it's still good, it's just a 2, because I'm me.
Yeah, but it looks like that one spell works right anyway.
I'll have to spend some time focusing
Now
on the
the
others.
rest of the stuff in there, you're not so sure. A mix of languages and stuff. Like, who writes spells like that?
I mean, Coot, obviously.
Yeah. Inconsistencies based on even the concept of a magic school based on what he's putting in there. Like, it's very concerning. Almost like it's
Yeah.
defying how magic's supposed to function.
Yeah, those are going to take some deeper study. But yeah, I will create the objects for the tracking and communication.
Yeah, so you create the spell, and you, based on what you can read, it lasts for a day, and I'll add it to your spell sheet later. But it's the Keith, where have you gone? And that's the name of the spell.
Can you add that to my spell sheet just for
I will add it to your sheet later, 100%. And all the details in the description, but basically you get a cup, and then you have to just put a tiny little thing somewhere, and that's the thing that you basically keep track of and can listen through. Probably
Okay.
Keith didn't even know he was being tracked by his parents the entire time.
Nope.
Okay. So in this case, we would leave the cup with the
With the
with
yes,
the
the
ship,
imps. Yes.
and then I'll bind some object of mine to it.
To be fair, the cup would have been in the bag holding this whole time.
Now, is that a once per day kind of thing?
I'm gonna say it's a 3rd level slot, and it lasts for an entire day.
Okay.
Okay, then I have to recast it every day, or
Yeah.
would that still work at a distance if they're like 100
Yeah.
kilometers away?
Yeah,
and-
I will say yes. You're just basically reactivating the magic on them.
Okay.
As long as you have one of the 2 things.
In this case, it'll be the object.
That's fine. Still counts. One of the 2 paired objects.
Yay, magical quantum entanglement.
Pretty much. But yeah, I will add Keith, where have you gone now to your spell sheet later. Remind me.
Okay.
I will do my best to remember, but I probably won't.
Yeah. Who knows, you might find another use for that spell later. You never know.
Oh, you have given me a utility spell. I'm going to find uses.
I mean, I found uses for utility on the places that shouldn't have utility, so it's not surprising.
Well, you're also responsible for the need for this spell.
Yep. But yeah, I will set that up.
Mhm.
I will inform the party that we have this thing. What should the object be?
It can literally be anything. From an aglet to a hat to, like, anything.
I mean, I want something that just isn't going to be easy to get lost.
Ring?
Yeah, I think a ring.
Or a necklace?
Just a mundane ring. I'm sure you guys have plenty of them in your vault.
Oh yeah.
Alright then. You pluck out just a basic ring and boom, there you go.
Now, just to double check, and once we do this plan, I'm not only freeing pleasure, but I'm also freeing the other imprisoned tieflings.
You just gotta come to them in a rush, saying that we've all decided to murder them all.
Okay.
Because I think they already have that opinion of us.
Yeah.
And once freed pleasure, how would we know that they will not just simply run away or turn on us?
Well, the idea is that when they run, when they run away, they take Shiva with them. And we, unbeknownst to them, are in the demi-plane. Aside from the druid, who will shapeshift into something small. I don't know. So, you know.
I guess
And if it doesn't work, I'll just kill them all. There, see? A little bit of realism to that, to the acting. I got your back, Shiva.
Thanks.
Alright
Hopefully
then.
we don't have to resort to killing, but thank you.
Okay. Well then. I'm gonna say that if you're gonna start this plan, I'm gonna need a deception from Shiva for her big fat lie.
Right.
Before she goes in there, Carter would like to spend 10 minutes to empower her that she has the power to do so with Inspirational Leader.
That gives 10 hit points.
Oh. I thought it
Yeah.
also
what you
gives
want to
you.
do is like someone should like do a boost of some kind. Like
Yeah,
a,
inspiring leader gives temporary hit points, which she can already give you better probably than
I get
well,
15 extra hit points.
yeah, which is pretty much what Carter could give her anyway.
It's fine. I appreciate it. It's fine. Okay.
For a second there, I thought it gives her advantage on certain other things.
Nope.
It's
you don't
fine.
want a charisma.
I'm gonna use my Tides of Chaos to give myself advantage on that.
Okay.
What the fuck?
All right. Well, let me just
Luck?
go ahead and roll.
Can
Who's
I
lucky
luck?
it?
Can I luck? Since I was like
No,
almost
because
right out there?
by this point we have to be in the demi plane.
Yeah. Yeah.
Ah,
And here's her insight roll. Oh wow. Wow, she rolled real well on that.
Why not
You
you try
guys.
lucking her as well?
I
Yeah.
don't have luck.
Oh.
She is Tides of Chaos, which is a
Tides-
different feature.
Yeah.
All right.
Ah, jeez.
And the
All
plan
right.
fails right in the first step.
This bullshit.
All right, so here's what Pleasure says. She says, I know you're lying to me about something, presumably that your friends want to kill me. Why?
Why they want to kill you?
No, why are you lying about them wanting to kill me?
I'm not lying.
She smiles and she says, you're super naive.
Eve?
She's just bad at lying.
She says, you clearly don't lie very often.
That's not true. I've lied before.
And Pleasure says, like just now when you said that your friends wanted to kill me. Or were coming to kill me. What are you up to? I've already been open, I told you. I will take you to our people whenever you want.
Yeah, I lied, but only because I didn't want them to think that I was going to come with you.
Oh, well, that's another lie.
Deception, maybe.
Can I roll
Another
deception?
deception.
Yeah, you're gonna need to roll another
It's
deception.
another oh, no. Tides of chaos on this one as well?
She can't Tides of Chaos again.
Oh.
All right, so if she doesn't roll in that one, she's going to determine that you're. Yeah. Okay. So. Yeah. So she says, another lie.
I'm sorry. This whole plan was my idea. It's contingent on dice roll.
Well, then.
And she says, I'm still confused. Why are you lying? What are you trying to do?
Lie more. This is a practice lie.
Look, I'll take you there whenever you want. I'm sure your friends know, I'm sure you have some plan, but it doesn't change the fact that I'll still take you there. Because once you're there, you'll understand.
We have a whole lot of the potion already stocked up, so
Okay, fine, but there's still a couple of Shadowhorn in dungeons. We should probably can we free those guys and bring them along as well?
He says, if you want them to come home with me, absolutely.
Okay.
They can come with us. She says, but you are going to have to eat this first, and she pulls out another antler piece.
I want to know the truth first before I decide to eat it.
Roll a persuasion.
Okay, I can't really do better. There we go. What the hell?
And she says, you know what? All right. I'm really not supposed to, but I think once you're there, you'll see. You'll understand.
Okay. I let her out.
All right. And she says, all right, let's go.
hang. Let's free the others first. Just hang on.
Yeah. All right.
Do the dungeons.
All right.
Where the other
And
Shadowhorn are.
you free the rest of them,
Yeah.
and they're shocked, but they see Pleasure there, so they're just like they go along with it. And Pleasure says Shiva's decided to come home with us so she can see the truth. All right.
Yeah.
And then
Moving
once you're
on, right?
outside of the anti-magic area, you notice that there's a loud knocking sound, and her cuffs just fall off. And she's like kind of like stretching her hand. She's like, "That's better."
She used knock.
Yeah, and she's a very specific type of sorcerer. She doesn't need to use somatic or verbal components to cast spells. They come right out of her brain. And then a portal literally just appears next to her, and she motions for Shiva to enter.
I follow.
All right, then. And you guys enter the portal, and the portal closes behind you. And Shiva, you are now standing in basically what looks like to be a small ruin in a forest. Only when you look up, you notice that there's no sky, it's water above you, like you're deep underwater.
Really are underwater, huh?
And she says, "So you really did figure out a lot. Yes, we are underwater. It's how we protect our people and our city.
Wait, DM, above table, where are we? Like the rest of the...
You are in a demi-plane.
Oh.
Or we need to be. Someone needs to let us out, and probably not in view of the other Shadowhorn, so we don't get immediately ganked.
And she tells the others to go off and go find their families to let them know that they're safe, and that Pleasure that she herself will handle giving Shiva the tour. And she says, "All right, this way."
Is she's just so I don't see any other tieflings around us.
Not right now. Not in this ruin, anyway.
Okay.
But as you leave, you eventually it's like a 5-minute walk. But then you exit the trees and you see in front of you, you see like a town.
Okay.
See
Before
houses.
before we get to the town, can I at least I know that Kieran's on me, but can I I don't know, signal him to get the statue and get away?
Yeah. All right. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I have my intelligence. Don't forget.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
However, I will need I'm gonna say a stealth check from Karen, for her to not notice the statue.
Fuck it.
All right. Yeah. You might want to. That's
There
a
we
lot
go.
better. She doesn't notice. All right, you disappear off back into the woods with the statue, and we'll get to you guys in a few minutes. But anyway, so Shiva, you see in front of you, you see a town. Houses, people walking around, adults, children, like a village of tieflings. However, you do notice that many of the tieflings are bigger than they used to be, and their eyes are entirely black, and that their feet are now hooves.
Why do they look more demonic?
And she says,
"What did you guys do?"
And she says, we've moved to become closer to our roots. She says, "You'll see. Before long, you'll be like the rest of us."
Yeah. Does that have anything to do with the essence of the Shadowfell?
She says, "Ooh, you really have figured out a lot. I can't wait to hear everything you know and everything you're up to. But you'll see." And she motions you through town, and as you go through town, everyone kind of stops to stare at you because they know who you are. And you hear whispers of she's gonna join us. We're gonna reunite the clan, and like they seem pretty excited about it.
Can't wait to
And
crush their heart.
Anyway, so then she continues to lead you to the center of town to a very large building, which almost looks like a church. And LTAB's symbol is on the outside of the church. And when you go inside the church, at the far back of the church on an altar is the water stone. And standing behind, or right in front of the orb, you see Garzire. And as you walk in, he says, "Welcome, Shiva. Finally, you've decided to come and talk to us, so you can see the truth."
You look different.
And he says, "Yes, I've moved closer to our roots." And you notice he is the biggest of all of them, and he does have wings now. He looks quite a lot like a Baylor, actually, now.
I wonder how your nephews and your brother are gonna see you now. I wonder what they're gonna think.
He says, "Well, once you've seen the truth and you understand, I'm sure you'll be able to help us show them the truth too. And then we'll all be one clan again."
And what is this truth?
The truth of what's going to happen to the world, what's going to happen to our people, what's going to happen to everyone, and the good things that are to come, the bad, and what we need to do to survive, and also the greatness of our new patron, LTAB.
Former demon prince, of course. How do you know that this is actually the truth, that you're not being lied to or used or manipulated?
And he says, "Well, you can't lie when you are of one mind." He says, "Our connection to LTAB is strong. We are all of one mind. We know what each other are feeling. We know what each other are thinking. There is no deception or lying. Only the truth. Only a sense of community that is strong." And he says,
Yeah.
"Haven't you ever felt alone or distraught or sad or any number of things? I know you have. I know what's happened to you."
Because you know that it's all because of the demon clam, right?
He says, "Yes, and it is unfortunate, but you've been standing against him the whole time."
Because of what he did to me, because of what he's going to do. Of course I was going to stand against him.
He said, "But no matter what, he's going to succeed. Standing against him can only bring hardship. Working alongside him, that's how to be happy and survive."
Above table, every single plan he's had so far has failed.
That
He's
you
on
know
like,
of. That you know of.
yeah, but he's already on like plan X.
Probably Plan X.
Plan Z is a failsafe.
Anyway, and so he says, "That's those horrible, terrible feelings you have to deal with. Once you've eaten the antler, you'll see they're nothing compared to the loving passion and greatness and joy that you feel from the rest of us. You're never alone. Always this permanent sense of unity.
I'm
Words
not
can't
alone.
even describe it."
One of us. One
Of us.
But I'm not alone. I still have my family. I still have my friends.
It's all about family.
I
And
have people I love and cherish. I don't need a demon's antler to feel those kinds of things. And yes, I will feel sadness. I will feel loneliness and anger and all of that. But but even if I feel all that, I will still feel the positive and great emotions that I feel thanks to others.
And he says, it's true, you will feel that. We used to feel it too, but it's so much better when it's shared. And your friends, your family, they can also become part of the shared connection. You'll know them better than you've ever known anyone. Better than you know them now.
Life is good, but it could be better.
Both table are. Where is every? I'm assuming Kieran already got the statue
Yeah.
up before.
We're almost done. Then we'll switch to them and you'll see what they're up
Okay.
to.
I mean, I don't think we're gonna burst out and be like, "Surprise, bitches!"
Probably not.
Can I at least see Tyrandus?
And he says, sadly, Tyrandus is no longer here.
Where? Why not?
And he says, Tyrandus has been moved to be closer to Eltab so he can hopefully come to understand things.
See. So he's not dead at least.
He says, we would never kill our ancestor. He's as important to this clan as any other member. Maybe more so because he's where we started.
I see.
He's just stubbornly refusing to see the truth. But he will eventually.
You have given me a lot to think about. It is a lot to think. Just need some time.
And he says, well, we'd like you to stay here, but we really do need to insist that you eat that antler if you're going to remain here with us. And you'll never understand until you do.
I see. Oh boy.
And he walks towards you and he holds out an antler piece.
I
And
see.
I get the feeling we're gonna have to rescue Shiva.
Alright, and we're going to switch now to the other group as this piece is being handed out to Shiva.
So we have your like 1 or 2 doses of the potion with us, right?
I think we have all of it with us.
We have all of it.
Yeah.
Okay.
We just need the orb to administer it.
Mm-hmm.
So, do you have any 4s?
I'm gonna say, as you say, do you have any 4s? The portal into the demi portal gets opened and you just see Kieran on the other side.
Oh, hey!
Okay, it's go time.
Alright, and you guys...
I'm assuming Kate's there at the demo scene, right?
I guess so.
Yeah. Okay, then Katie will say that we gotta hurry because he's giving her the antler.
Okay, mad dash through enemy territory. Here we go.
Well, yeah. So right now you're in the woods, and you...
Wait, can't I teleport us all there?
No,
you
'cause
don't
you don't-
know where she is.
Oh
Yeah.
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 However, so are you just gonna, like, charge through town? Like, throwing stealth to the wind? Like...
I think that would be a terrible idea.
Alright, that's good. I gotta ask.
We're gonna stealth, yeah.
Alright then. I will require stealth checks from you guys
Who
then.
is the least stealthy person here?
Kanae's got +2.
Probably gonna be the plus though.
I have for stealth +1.
Okay, so Carter.
And I also have +1.
I have pass without trace. Free.
Oh!
I am going to just make Kine invisible.
Oh, I could just guess.
But no, I was actually asking the question to be like, who do I make invisible?
Well, I think
What
that's
was
answered
in that
by... Another nat 1 from you today, Ida. Excellent.
one?
You fair, give a
Wouldn't
plus
that-
then.
Would that be at advantage?
Yes,
Kine?
invisibility
Was it-
would... Yes,
That's
yeah,
good, 'cause
so...
I got 20 stealth. It's fine.
Alright. Okay. Well then, you're gonna stealthily move through,
Hey.
through town. Okay.
Doom, doom, da-doom, da-da-da-doo.
You notice there are a lot of people in this town. Way more than you're expecting. Way more tieflings.
Get a rough
not
head
just
count. How
tieflings.
many?
Oh, and not just tieflings either.
Oh. Really hope we made enough potion.
Yeah, you're seeing well over 1,000 tieflings. Easily. And that doesn't include any of the other people you're seeing there, which there are many. Hundreds and hundreds. They've been busy.
Apparently.
Yes.
Bizet.
Yep. Anyway, so as you stroll through town, you start heading towards the big church building you see. And, we'll get back
I
to you guys
feel
in a
like-
minute.
I'm betting she's in there.
Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, Shiva, he's handing the piece to you. What do you do?
Slowly reach toward the question. Do I see the man, if only Somber was here, god damn it. I could have just fucking
Biffed out.
I know.
Wait, you could have what?
I could have left because wedding ring teleport.
Oh.
Okay, I'm just gonna probably slowly reach for the antler piece.
Mm-hmm.
Do I see the I do see do I see the water orb? The water
You do.
stone?
You do.
Where is it?
Behind you, at the far end of the church, on an altar.
Is Shiva visible to any of us?
Not yet.
No, we are still
We're not-
on
you
our
guys aren't
approach
there yet.
to the building.
Wait, Kopaka could go underwater, so... I mean, Dagoth could go underwater.
Yes, but we're
On land.
technically inside. Think Atlantis here. We got a bubble.
Yep. And he
I'm
says,
just-
it's
yeah.
okay.
Slowly reach. Yeah, well. It's okay.
He says, it's okay. You don't need to worry. Just eat the piece and you'll see.
I sense Shiva is in great distress.
I think you're just guessing, but yes, she probably is.
Oh boy. Okay. I'm trying to find something.
Yeah, take a
I
minute.
have a question.
Yes?
If I use the light cantrip, shine it really close to his face, would that blind him?
Let me just read light to see its exact wording.
It's a cantrip. I don't think it would.
Damn it.
You would need flare in order for.
Yeah,
it
it's
to
not
be
enough.
blinding.
It's not enough to blind somebody.
Okay, I'm. Oh boy. Oh boy. Okay, I reached for the antler piece.
Uh-huh.
Okay, this is gonna be fucking stupid, but
Other ways to stall.
I gotta stall. I gotta stall somehow. And I say, I'm not afraid. And I cast darkness.
And as you cast darkness, you just hear him say, "This is such a shame."
Make a bolt for the water stone!
Oh, you're charging at the Waterstone! Oh, wow.
Wow.
Are the rest of us going to come along?
Yeah, in a second, but he's gonna react to her charging at the stone. Hang on, I'm trying to think of what the spell is called. Hang on. Oh, it's hang on. I think you have to roll. Is it a dex save or a strength save? Hang on. It's a. Hang on. I just need to check the wording on the spell. Strength saving throw, please.
Okay. Come on, please. Strength save.
And the DC is 21.
Shit! Okay. Well, no.
All right. A hand emerges from the ground and grabs you. So you were held in place before you reach the orb. And you see him stroll out of the darkness you create and say, "This is such a shame. I really didn't want this to happen like this."
I swear if you lay this on a cliffhanger, I will.
I will never join you.
And he says, "That really is a shame." And that's when I will say that the rest of you can walk into the church and see the darkness create. Actually, I guess you don't see it because of the darkness spell. You walk into the church, you just see darkness.
I guess once I'm captured, I might as well dispel it.
All right.
I mean, sure, I could dispel magic too, but
No, it's fine. I'll stop concentrating on the spell. There's
All
no
right.
point.
The darkness fades away, and the group sees Shiva grabbed in the hand of Earth, and Garzire standing there, and you hear him say, "Really is such a shame." And then you hear him say, "But I won't give up. I'll convince you still."
I use blink on sheep.
Summon the 25-foot salmon.
No.
Hang on, we're
Wait, one at a time.
We're actually gonna end it here, guys.
Ah.
I was about to shout, "Surprise, bitches!" No, that is not a sound effects line.
Yeah, no, we're gonna call it here.
Okay.
Gonna save the big battle for next week, eh?
Oh well, that's the thing. So next week is Easter. There's not gonna be a session next week.
Oh.
Or the week after, because I'm doing stuff the week after too, so it's actually going to be a few weeks before we pick up.
3 weeks until we get the resolution to the cliffhanger.
2 unbooked weeks.
Yes.
Cool.
Well done on ramping up that tension, DM.
Yeah.
All those rolls at the start of the plan.
I know. Why do my rules have to be so crap?
But hey, you didn't eat the piece, so that's a thing.
I wasn't going to.
I had a whole separate thing prepared in case you did.
Oh, what? I'm scared. What?
Oh, for one thing.
I think that's a hand over your character sheet kind of moment.
No, it's not a hand over your character sheet, but there was definitely going to be a wisdom roll for sure.
Well, yeah, I figured. I bet it's
and
gonna
a
be
really, a really bad roll would have not been great.
Okay, then yeah, probably, yeah, definitely. I was going through all my spells and figuring out, well, what should I do? Darkness was like the best option I could think of.
Yeah, he can see
that
the
was
darkness,
a great idea.
Yeah.
It was still a great idea.
Oh, absolutely a great idea.
I just like how I joined in and Luna's like, I'm about to do something really stupid. And I'm like, yes, I joined just in time.
So what did I miss?
I got captured.
Good job.
Captured at the start of the fight, but we are about to hit to a big fight.
You got captured on purpose, let's be honest here. That was part of the plan.
Yeah.
That's exactly how I thought it was.
Yeah.
Fair.
It sucks that we don't have to play for the next